Knack, I do not know what Warhammer 40k cosplay looks like, and I don't think I ever actually will. Hello, hello, everybody. Good morning. You did indeed hear something, Zach. Oh my god, Leftist Leo, thank you for the dono. I, uh, I do my best. Thank you all for also taking part and doing your part. I couldn't do this without any of you. My goodness. All right. How's everyone doing today? Now, I want to start off, by the way, by saying thank you to everybody because holy shit, we are officially YouTube partner, at least tier 1. Don't have like the tier 2 one yet, but like that's huge. That's huge. I did not expect that to happen anytime soon. Across Twitch and YouTube now, more than 1,000 people in the community. This is wild. I haven't even been doing this for like a full year, so thank you all for the incredible amount of support. You guys are fantastic, extraordinary. Hey, Maddie Holmes, what's up? What's up? What's up? Just waiting for everyone to pile in for a bit while we chill out. Now, got a lot of stuff to go through today, but I'm still undecided on whether we're going to go too deeply into Ukraine. Can we get a Leo respect song real quick? Well, it depends on whether it's copyright or not, but yeah, okay, well, chill out is a thing. Leo the Lion, hey? Let's see. Okay, I like this. We can get a couple seconds of it.
And he roars, Leo the lion, when he roars, it's a warning that you'd better run away and hide.
This is fun. Is this like an Australian kid song, Zach? I had another snow day from work. Jesus Christ, how much has it been snowing there? I feel like every time I think about the States, it's constantly snowing. Like it just has not stopped for weeks now. I'm so happy I live in a place where it doesn't snow. Holy shit, I remember that shit from when I lived in Ohio. I'm in Arizona now and it's 75 degrees. Yeah, but isn't it an Australian kid song, Zach? 75 degrees Fahrenheit is like the perfect temperature for me. This is the most snow I've ever seen where I am. Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, it's not exactly going to be less year after year now, is it? What's up, Suckle Dragon? Alright, I feel like we could kind of get started. It's because the jet streams are messing up everything and now winter, the south gets super cold. Well, yeah, I kind of talked about that before, Captain Buggy, and that I think that there's going to be a shift in where the equatorial line that we usually define where weather comes from is, in that we'll probably get hurricanes moving slightly further north than they usually do, hitting maybe Virginia, the Carolinas, rather than into the south, into Georgia, into Florida. And over in Australia, we might see typhoons heading closer towards something more akin to not necessarily not in the Northern Territory of Australia, but also partially through maybe the Western Australia into the outback, something like that. It's climate change. I've seen studies that say that the UK is expected to, within 20 years, have a similar climate to Moscow today, which, I mean, that sucks because the UK is a depressing place to live anyway, and making all of that rain into snow isn't exactly going to make it any less. Snow is fake. All these people keeping up the bid as to end. Where's the Doge agency? Oh well, we'll talk a bit about the Doge agency today, in fact. But first, did you guys see the plane that somehow did a flip after it landed? Not while landing, not, you know, in the sky, not falling and touching the ground and then flipping over because of wind pushing it from the back. Like the plane flipped. Planes are crashing in ways that I didn't know that planes could crash before. Was this like a campaign promise? Was Donald Trump out there going, you know, we're gonna see plane crashes that will blow your mind. We've never had plane crashes like this before. Is that what was happening? Did I miss something? Is there, like, maybe the woke actually were keeping the planes in the air? This is some magic shit happening. Are you kidding me? Delta planes crashed in Canada, and then the conservatives are so dumb saying, what's the FAA got to do with this? Like, it's not... I'm not even going to go into having to explain to conservatives that multiple different factors that all have somewhat of a variation between whether they're based in one country and the regulations of that and how that affects regulations of another country. Like, the interconnected, multifaceted system of air travel is so far beyond the average conservative's mind that it's not even worth trying to explain it to them. But, you know, clearly, leftist Leo, there was a woke blessing needed. That's what happens when you hire a dude from MTV to run your transportation department. Kinda, yeah. I mean, look, at this rate, I will be, like, we're gonna get another 9/11 at this rate. Like, by accident. Like, someone is going to drive a plane into a building. Because they will not, like, because of the lack of air traffic control. I can, like, it's not even an if now. It's a matter of when. I'm not even joking, leftist Leo. I wish I was. But if there's planes falling out of the sky every day at this point, there's boats crashing together now as well. Like, we're going to have satellites falling from the sky soon. I mean, they'll have insurance. I mean, so did the World Trade Center, Zach, but see how that turned out. But let's have a look at the actual plane, because this was wild. The issue isn't that planes can crash, it's that Trump immediately tanked the FAA so fast and so hard that there's been a record number of crashes and we aren't even a month into the administration. Well, yeah, and the thing is they're privatizing the FAA, so...
And we have just received new footage of that crash as it happened. Let's take a look.
Elon Musk will be benefiting from this. So, like, we see it, like, it's landing like normal. I would have expected, if I was going to see a plane upside down on the runway, that it would have happened before this point. Like, you know, I've seen crashes. I've never seen a flip, though.
Oh, no.
Which is wild. But so, like, you can see what kind of happens. So all the landing gear is down. You can see all of the tires. What exactly is the cause? I'm not sure. Wind? No, nobody died, actually, poor Kev. I don't know how nobody died, but thankfully, there were no casualties. They were descending quite quickly, so that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not sure what the actual issue was, but they were coming in quite hot. And what you can see is once they touch down, like here, let me slow this down for a second. You see that the plane bounces a little bit. It looks like the back landing gear failed there, and maybe one or both of them snapped, broke in, bent off, which caused the plane to tilt, which caused its right wing to fly off, which then led to everything else. I mean, Zach, Sky News can now just ignore everything and dedicate their entire team to plane crashes. Very Sky, much news. I mean, at the very least, they are actually doing, you know, they're not lying for once. This involves the sky and it is news, so it's right up their alley. They can just take all the anti-trans content somewhere else. Yeah, that's for, like, Fox now. Sky has to talk about the sky. Porkit, maybe the ice caused no traction. It was almost certainly a cascading amount of factors. There was the ice, there was the wind, and there was definitely something wrong with the plane in that it was coming in quite fast for a landing. But really, it's that back wheel. Pezzy, all the weight of the one set of rear wheels, maybe a wind gust. Yeah, that's what I think this is. Because, again, that plane kind of jolts a bit. Then you can see it bend to the right. I think that back right wheel broke, leading to this.
Oh,
And then it flips over.
oh, no, 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 no.
There might have been issues with the flaps. There might have been issues with the landing gear prior to even landing. But, like, who knows? We'll find out eventually. Well, they can only blame presidential DEI now, loyalists, not different genders and races. Why is all that white beach sand? Silly Canadians. Look, Canadians have their sand, their white beach sand everywhere. That's just part of Canada. If you don't like it, then go back to America. Here's a video of someone walking out of said plane. Again, it's remarkable that nobody was killed in this. Like, nobody was even really all that injured, as far as I'm aware.
Everything, drop it!
Oh.
Everything, drop it! Come on! Don't take no video! Put that phone away!
You can hear in the background someone saying, put that phone away, which, like, I guess that means, like, it's not stop recording this, it's stop fucking around and get out of the plane as quickly as possible, I would think.
Everything, drop it!
Oh, one person was critically injured, were they? Thank you, Maddie Holmes. I will, hopefully they recover entirely and all of them sue the airline, because fuck Delta.
Come on! Don't take no video! Put that phone away!
Holy fuck.
Yeah, they're way more concerned with getting sued, yeah. Look, whether or not you're filming this from the inside, I don't really think it matters. I think you have the right to sue Delta when your plane ends up upside fucking down on a runway. Oh, well, yes, getting people out too. What's up, Preposterous? Good day to you. It's been a while since I've seen you. And yep, another plane crash. Trump's America. Although this one's in Canada, but...
Holy fuck! Oh my fucking god!
By the way, I would also be reacting like this guy if I survived this plane crash.
Yo, I was just on this fucking plane!
Although, apparently, and I'm not quite sure about this statistic, but let me just double check it, of, that the majority of people in plane crashes survive. Yes, actually. So, this one's from 1983 to 1999. That says about 95% of air crash occupants survived accidents. That number's probably gone down. I would imagine it's somewhere like in the high 70s, but most people do survive plane crashes. Now, the reason for that is because most plane crashes happen during takeoff or landing, not while you're at cruising altitude, and so there's that. The planes are coming down and the egg prices are going up. Yeah, literally. Did you hear, a little bit unrelated here, because we're going to get into Ukraine later, but did you hear Zelensky's response, like Ukraine's response to America's offer of, hey, we want $500 billion of your rare earth elements? Ukraine said, like, no, but we do have eggs. And that, chef's kiss. Excellent response. Technically, every landing is a controlled crash. Technically, I suppose, yeah, Captain Buggy. And yes, Leftist Leo, it's like saying most people survive car crashes because most car crashes are fender benders and shit, but realistically, it's probably more dangerous to drive a car in America, or really most places in the world, than it would be to get on a plane. Not all plane accidents are created equal. Like motorcycle crashes, most people survive crashes, but when you filter for serious injuries, like, yes, of course. And of course, Elon Musk is using all of this chaos around air traffic, even though he is almost directly responsible for this, more so than Trump, I would even argue, by gutting the FAA, making sure that the director who was there is ousted, like all of this shit. The safety of air travel is a nonpartisan matter. SpaceX engineers will help air travel safer. As in, let's cause a massive issue and then profit off of it. Oh, look, it's the shock doctrine in action. Create a shock, create a system of trauma, of fear, of planes falling out of the sky, of planes crashing constantly every day for a couple of weeks, and then slide in with your corporate money and you're set. You can just buy this system. You can privatize the FAA, make it shittier and worse, but then you just stop reporting all the plane crashes. You don't have to put one on the news every day. You just put like the big ones every now and again. The function has still been successful. Like it has succeeded. As soon as SpaceX starts working with the FAA will become more and more and more SpaceX and less and less and less the FAA. Poor Kip, if there are those times with hair, brain, and other tissues spread across tarmac like Nutella on toast, yeah, that's a bit much. If we don't test for car crashes, no one dies? Well, I mean, SN, like, you must, I know you're joking when you say this, but that's literally the actual justification that Donald Trump gave for COVID testing back in his last term, is they're testing too much. If we don't test, then we have less cases, and then we're fine. So, like, it's not like this is out of the norm or out of the realm of possibilities for these people. Alright, let's look at some wild shit. I have two things that I want to show you, and both of these, like, genuinely blew my mind, and really neither of them should. I should be surprised by neither of these, but yet I continue to be. Every time. So, you mean 95% of the news wild shit? I mean, like, yes, but more specifically, like, this is a different kind of news. This isn't politics. This is people doing dumb shit. So, this is the body cam of a cop. We have the body cam of another cop later in this. No, I actually didn't see G with his tech bros, but I did see the headline from it. I just didn't have time to look into it, Zach. So, look what they do. So, just a little background on this. She is taking a police report. There is another cop in this video who has someone in the police car. They're just waiting. Look what happens.
Okay. Do you know your tag number off the top of your
Fair
head?
warning, this could get a bit loud.
It's okay.
What?
Actually, surprisingly, nobody gets hurt here. Shockingly.
There, right there?
Okay. Again, so he said shots fired, pointed in this general direction, and she said, what, there? I see nothing on this screen, by the way.
Right there?
Empties her clip
Jesse, are you okay?
at the car. At her car, I would imagine.
Get in the house! Jesse! Get back!
Yeah,
get
this
back.
is the
Where
Acorn
he?
video.
Where is he?
In the car!
Okay, now we skip to the second cop, and I want you to understand that this second cop had an acorn fall on him from a tree. And all of this was caused by that one acorn. Now again, this is the second cop, not the first one. So again, we can see nobody around. There is somebody in the car.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired! You know. I'm hit!
Okay, so this is fucking insane. Yes, like, it's funny that he's like, first of all of these cops are often like this. They are so hyper jumpy, hyper aware. They're terrified of everything. They're trained to be like this. So like the acorn falling onto him just instantly put him into fight mode. It was insane. But, right, both the sides emptying their clip into their car. What do you think? Like, did you not search the person before you put them in the car? Make sure they don't have a gun. Do you leave your weapons in the car, in the back, when you're going to put... Like, what the fuck are you shooting at? What is there? I can understand pulling your gun out. I can understand maybe, like... under the circumstances of how cops are in it, like, at least a reasonable-ish version of this could be, like, one shot. What the fuck are you emptying your clip into? Aside from your back window. I mean, look at this. Look at the, actual back of the police car.
Shots fired!
Because you can see where it's hitting. There's pieces falling off.
You know.
See? He's breaking off pieces of the... By the way, the miracle of the actual person in the car did not get... Like, they didn't get shot at all. No one got hurt here. Which is insane. But yes, just a wild disregard for human life. Like, even in video games, children don't blindly mag dump without visibility because they understand how stupid it is. Yes, literally, Captain Buggy. Like, I can't even imagine someone playing Grand Theft Auto and actually trying to, like, hit a target, but just not at the same time. Video on everything?
Hey, it's Kay. And this is Skittles.
Yes, actually, you did send me this before, and I meant to watch it at some point. Unfortunately, we're not going to have time for that today, but we can have a look at a bit of it, because they're trained to be this way, right? Here.
Is to listen to what former officers have to say. It's not hard to find articles by ex-cops.
Okay, yeah, but that's Halo. Poor Kip, and that's different because you're literally fighting a war against aliens.
Detailing how their training conditions officers to behave the way they do, and also how other cops take it upon themselves to reinforce that behavior. Like this article in The Atlantic that discusses how trainees watch dashcam footage of officers who are killed in the line of duty. And as they listen...
I wonder if maybe... that being part of your training, you know, watching dash cams of other cops getting killed while at work might induce some kind of fear or paranoia as part of the cops, you know, personality while on the job, an increased state of hypersensitivity, hyper-awareness, fight or flight, like... this shit is obvious. It's all over the country, and it's not going to get better. In fact, it's probably going to get significantly worse in the short run, so... Again, though, literally nobody got shot here.
What? Everyone! In the car! I was shot through the car!
One man trained all 50 states. Well, I mean, that also tracks. Look at what we did to, like, South America with economics. Milton Friedman, one dude, decided, like, the entire economic structure of the world. Now, this... I'm gonna get in trouble for saying this is funny, but this is incredibly funny. It's incredibly stupid, but it's... this is bad. Don't do this. It is very stupid, but it is a level of stupid that is just comical. A comedian couldn't make this stuff up. Police say, man opens fire on vehicle in Miami Beach after saying he saw 2 Palestinians. Now, first of all, you don't get to you can't just say, that's a Palestinian, pull out my gun and shoot. In America, that's still illegal, right? This is like an Onion level headline. Yes, it actually is. Just because they're Palestinian does not give you the right to just shoot them. But this man, being Israeli, decided to give it a go. The funny thing is, the other guy, the guy who was getting shot at, also happened to be Israeli and also happened to think that the person shooting at him was Palestinian. And so he pulled out his gun and shot back at the other Israeli who he thought was Palestinian. And I mean, like, it's very funny. But at the same time, like, understand why. Because there is a class system, and an ethnic-based class system in Israel. This man is Israeli. He is one of the white Israelis. This man is also Israeli. Now, I'm not sure, but, you know, you can kind of see some kind of an ethnic difference here. Both of them still remain Israeli, although Israelis like him happen to get less rights and tend to be much more on the back foot than Israelis that look like this. But regardless, ironically, the victims were both tourists, and right after being shot, they took to social media chanting "Death to Arabs." You can't make this shit up. This, like, it is... Like, my father and I went through a murder attempt against an anti-Semitic background. They tried to murder us in the heart of Miami, but the creator of the world is with us, and he didn't go. I want to say thank you to everyone for their support, and it is not taken for granted with Israel. Live death to the Arabs, is what this guy wrote. 2 Israelis shooting at each other, blaming Arabs without an Arab in sight. I mean... It frustrates me when people wig out seeing Arabic and it turns out to be a mathematical symbol. Like, I know a little Arabic, I know the alphabet, nobody would ever accuse me of writing sketchy stuff. Like, Maddie Holmes, we talk about fighting anti-Semitism all the time, and there is objectively a large increase in anti-Semitism in the United States. Now, that's due to Israel. Israel conflating Judaism and anti-Semitism and Zionism together is what creates that. But I would argue that there's a much larger degree of Islamophobia in the United States. And Islamophobia is just allowed. You can just be Islamophobic openly, like nobody cares. You can just say "death to Arabs" on social media. And how much pushback is this going to get? If I made a post saying "death to Jews," I would get, like, all of my media would get taken down and I would get arrested for hate speech, at least in Australia. But, like, you can say "death to Arabs"? Are you kidding? Probably, Ashit. Okay, if you said Hamas, that might make it quite not as stupid, still stupid, but Palestinian doesn't mean you're a terrorist. These were 2 Israelis. And they both said Palestinian, not Hamas. They said, this guy said, "I saw a Palestinian and I started shooting." Not how this works. You can't just do that. And then, like, both of them claim it's anti-Semitism. Yeah, my socials would get banned. Absolutely, for saying that. But no, they can. It's just okay to be Islamophobic. It's always been. I mean, speaking as somebody who grew up in New Jersey, immediately following 9/11, we're probably at a similar level of open Islamophobia towards the end of the Iraq War. Not the beginning, because, like, we hadn't gotten we don't have the full jingoism just yet of let's kill every Arab like we did back during the Iraq War, but the media is definitely working up to it. It's like the Spider-Man pointing meme. Exactly, Captain Buggy. Speaking of the Spider-Man pointing meme, so we know how every time a right-winger makes an accusation, it's actually a confession. Well, let's have a look at that. Actually, wait, hold on. Sorry, I found this. Here's an actual Onion article, speaking of the fact that the last thing we looked at looked like an Onion article. And this is why I love the Onion. They're actually becoming... They're becoming less parody and more just actual news. Like, it's not even satire. The Onion IDF recounts harrowing heroic war story of killing an 8-month-old child. So, Stop Anti-Semitism tweeted that, work at The Onion and know who tweeted this, DMS for a prize, you can stay anonymous. Elias Safida, being base Chad, I wrote it, Stop Anti-Semitism, come get me. Which is a great way to answer, by the way, I agree. It's a good way to go. But, moving on. Every accusation the right makes is a confession, and all they get to do is play the game of the Spider-Man pointing meme. Now let me just move my camera a bit so that I don't block the subtitles. Move myself up there. go. I posted this to my ex, leftist Leo, to those in the back row. It isn't anti-Semitic to call it genocide. We do not hate or reject people from Israel who are not for it. We do hate and reject the people who aid and cheer for the slaughter of 65,000 at least. Like, that number is definitely 200,000 plus. We reject ethnic cleansing, not Jewish people. Thank you. True. And there's almost 2 billion Muslims in the world and like 4 million Muslims in America. If we were at war with all Muslims, we would know it, and there would be 9/11 types of attacks every day in America. No, because that's not how it worked when we had the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War. We didn't have constant terrorism in the United States, not from, not Islamic terrorism. The vast majority of the terrorism in the United States is done by white nationalists, which, by the way, is pretty much becoming the norm. Even in Australia now, the security apparatuses here are starting to say that the same things, the FBI did before, and that the greatest threats to domestic terrorism come from white nationalists, extremists, stuff like that, far-right conservatives. The idea of all of the Muslims in America standing up and fighting against Islamophobia is just never going to happen because it didn't happen last time. I think the racists now are more racist than they were in the wake of 9/11. I think I agree with you, Nak. There's just a difference between how racist they are and how openly jingoistic they are. The media has to build that fire. Leftist Leo, well, if we actively are at war with Muslims and not just out of racism, I was speaking about the fact that Muslims aren't just out here murdering people. They literally are not at all. Well, I mean, true, probably, Akshay. You can't milk a cow for 23 years, you can 9/11, but at the same time, like, it's kind of important historically, because remember, even just bringing it into what's happening now, 9/11 was one of the first times that NATO Article 5 was ever really used. It was the United States called Article 5 because we were attacked, and then the rest of Europe came to help us. What did we say about Europe this week? We said if they're attacked, we might not come to help them, literally removing Article 5 and the entire basis of NATO. But we'll get into that in a bit. Let's listen to Javier Milei, just spouting bullshit. But also, again, this is confessions of their own beliefs, just reversed. This is a mirror of what they believe. And yes, it is because we're fash now, leftist Leo.
Al zurdo de mierda no.
Oh, by the way, I don't speak Spanish, so you are going to have to read the subtitles.
Al zurdo de mierda no le podés dar ni un.
You can't give the shit leftards an inch.
Todos los que digamos los.
How do you define shit leftards? All collectivists, all kinds of collectivists.
Los que ponen, digamos, o sea, esa idea.
But why do you call them shit?
Porque son una mierda.
Because they are.
O sea, no, pero es que si pensás distinto te van a aniquilar.
This man looks insane, by the way.
Es decir, vos al zurdo no le podés dar un milímetro, porque le das un milímetro y lo toma para destrozarte.
By the way, he did just say, I might have to make this a little bit slower, because I don't think I can read fast enough to match with the Spanish. God damn, Argentinians, you talk fast. He looks like a Monty Python character. Yes, of course. And no, Anubis, it's more complicated than that. But if you have that actual question, like, you can bring it up in a second, because this is going to apply to what we're talking about. But I've gone into culture before. I've done an entire video on it. Go check out the Nations video that I have on YouTube. And don't forget to drop a like on the stream, by the way. But, like, I've talked about culture, of nationality, all of that stuff there. I go pretty much into detail. I can speak Spanish, but his Spanish is hard to follow. Subtitles seem accurate. Cool, I'm going to slow it down so I can still read it.
Porque son una mierda.
Because they're shit.
O sea, no, pero es que si pensás...
If you think differently from them,
distinto, te van a aniquilar.
They will kill you. This is the point. Now remember, this is his rhetoric towards the left. Every accusation from these people is a confession. Milei literally implemented Project 2025 in Argentina. He came to America, he met with the Heritage Foundation, I think it was July of last year. They gave him the mandate for leadership, he took it home, and he implemented it. This is laissez-faire economics that has been infused with a level of libertarianism, ANCAP bullshit, and fully just pointed towards enacting a corporate fascist state. That is the point. That is the end goal. God, I wish he was right. The world is bad. You have no idea how much I actually hoped that maybe I was wrong and that once, Elon went into Doge, and they were looking at all the government files, I was hoping maybe they would find an actual horrific deep state, It would be great, but no, of course not. I was hoping the entire time that we were wrong, even though every bit of evidence that existed said the otherwise. I did still want them to be right when they won. Oh, about the last sentence.
Pero si pensás distinto, te van a aniquilar.
That too, yeah.
Ese es el punto. Es decir, vos al
You can't get the shit leftists an inch.
un milímetro, porque le das un...
If you give them an inch, they will use it to destroy you. Now again, all of this, mirror it, reverse it. This applies to them. Everything he is blaming on us is stuff that they do.
milímetro y lo toma para destrozarte. Es decir, usa, digamos, o sea, vos no
You can't
podés
negotiate
negociar
with
con el
leftards.
zurdo. No.
Like, you could have told me that it was all made up and that it's a scam. Manny Holmes, like, I know. But that's the thing, right? It's how they make it up and how they use it. How you can use it. Understand that, like, yes, they're making shit up, but they're blaming us for things that they are doing. This is word for word what I tell liberals about conservatives and fascists, but they never listen. Captain Buggy, you're never going to be able to convince them of this because that's the entire media environment. It's built for it. Every word out of these people's mouths is a lie, and every lie is usually coded in some form of truth, but not in just a confession, not a plan for what they want to do forward, but it's lies infused with truth, created for a specific purpose of modifying the populist's thoughts and behaviors. And also highly exaggerating the impact that any left-wing push has. Leftist Leo, someone in chat last week argued that the entire media has a left-wing bias. Like all of it. CNN, MSNBC, Fox, AP, boy, they have a left-wing bias.
No se negocia. No se
You don't
negocia.
negotiate with trash because they will end you.
Con esa mierda no se negocia porque te van a llevar puesto.
No, it's a right bias, not even a center bias.
Si tienen un
If the left, have a guy that beats his wife
golpeador
off,
que
beats his wife off. Okay, are we pro-trans rights in Argentina? Beating your wife?
caga trompadas a la mujer, digamos, si es de ellos.
If
¿entendés?
it's
Se
one of
pone
them,
el
he puts on the green
pañuelito
scarf,
verde y
pro-abortion,
grita todo el tiempo
and
contra
yells
el
about neoliberalism all the time,
lo cual-
and then they hide it. As in, like, if one of the left does something bad, then the media will hide this from everybody else. You won't hear about it.
ocultan. ¿Me entendés? O sea, si de repente hay alguien
And
que
suddenly,
acosó
if a journalist that molests
a
another
otra-
journalist,
a un periodista que acosa a otra
this is highly oddly specific,
periodista, lo ocultan.
they hide it.
Es decir, a todos
when it's one of them, but they
los de ellos
don't
lo ocultan.
apparently
Todas esas aberraciones
do this on the right. They hide all of those
la
aberrations.
ocultan. Ahora, si vos estás del
Now, if
otro
you're on the
lado,
right,
a vos te van a
they will ruin you. God, I fucking wish. If this was true, Donald Trump would have been in prison 4 years ago. And no, preposterous, maybe in Australia, they don't have any kind of a left-wing bias. Not even a superficial one. It is a full right-wing bias in every possible way. Even their virtue signaling now is right-wing. It might be different here, it might be different in the UK, but like,
estropear. Te van a matar,
they'll ruin
te
you,
van a
they'll
dar
kill you,
con
they'll
lo
throw
que sea.
everything
No
at
les
you. They don't
importa
care if they ruin
arruinarte
your
la
whole
vida.
life.
¿Por qué? Porque no pensás como ellos.
Because you don't think like them. This is a confession. This is the right wing. This is what they believe. If you do a crypto scam, they will ruin you. Knack, that was the whole point, by the way. Like, you know, that's the only thing crypto exists for. And I've done a video on it as well. You can expect that exact thing to happen here. The crypto rug pull is coming. Now this, what he did, what Milei did, was the largest crypto rug pull in all of history. so far. Wait for it. Is he upset about tribalism? No, he's just whinging at the left. And people are mad at him because he, stole a bunch of money from the citizens of his country by doing a crypto rug pull. Like, he made a cryptocurrency and scammed everybody. And unlike us in America, where Trump can just make a meme coin, make $60 billion off of it, and steal from his constituents, and nobody cares, Milei still has to give off the appearance of being against it. This might be an accident or something like that. I don't know. Leftist, Leo, I mean, I really only watch Maddow for the actual media content from mainstream. Like, I like Maddow, but she's still a liberal. You understand that, right? Like, she sometimes does have really, really good in-depth content, but she never really takes it far enough. She doesn't hammer it down. And yes, this is a good freeze frame. Ich bin dead. Journalists molesting each other. Is he referring to the well-known leftist news station called Fox? Probably. Yes, of course. Back guys, what's up? Yeah, you guys are looking like you're getting ready to go to war, and I'm all for it. We'll get to that in a bit, but based of the UK for saying they're not going to back down on funding Ukraine. Germany fucking pussies were like, hey, we're not going to send troops there with the UK. Very sad. But again, so understand this is what they want to do to you. Everything he's saying we do is stuff that they do to us. Tyler, where can I buy Visora coin? In your imagination. I have a deep-seated disgust for cryptocurrency. Milei does not have the sauce. I don't know, he might. The thing is, Milei's insane. The guy has clones of his dead dog. He has like 9 of them, and one of them gives him economic advice, fiscal policy advice. So who the fuck knows with him?
Como el error es humano, como todos nos podemos equivocar, ¿sabes qué nos obligan? Nos obligan a ser mejores. Y como estamos siendo tan mejores que ellos.
And since we're better than them, right?
¿Sabes qué nos obligan? Nos obligan a ser mejores. Y como estamos siendo tan mejores que ellos, como los estamos aplastando en la
crushing
batalla
us in the
cultural,
cultural battle, that is true. They are crushing us in the cultural battle.
Estamos pasando de arriba porque no solo
We're not only superior economically, motherfucker, half of your country is in poverty. The poverty rate in Argentina, here. Poverty in Argentina soars to over 50% as Milei's austerity measures hit hard. Now, by the way, like, you can expect a lot of this here, too. I mean, we're already seeing it. A lot of MAGA regretting their vote, for example.
Ganamos en lo productivo, somos
But we're superior morally, aesthetically.
Somos mejores en todo. Y les duele.
I wonder, does this sound like supremacist rhetoric that is built on demonizing left-wing thought and processes? I wonder if there's historical allegories to this, like maybe Pinochet, maybe what was the other one? There was Pinochet in Chile, or was Pinochet in Argentina? There was another one in Chile. Yeah, Pinochet was Chile. So who am I thinking from Argentina? Who am I thinking from Argentina? God damn it. I should know this. Argentina dictator. Perón. Yes, I'm thinking about Perón. I really dislike Maddow, but it's more her style. Like, yeah, like, the thing, I've grown to like her more than I used to, Maddie, but, like, I do feel that.
Les duele. Entonces, como no
He looks
pueden
insane.
pelear con las herramientas legítimas,
They can't beat us with real arguments, so they use the repressive apparatus of the state.
se apalancan en el aparato
It's very,
represivo del Estado,
very clear.
poniendo torres de guita para hacernos mierda. Y aún así no puede.
At this point, you should consider stuff like this not just idiots saying dumb shit, but, like, as an actual threat, I would say. We are kind of at war now, you know, to an extent. And, like, I'm not the only one saying that. Where is it? Put it here. Hold on, let me grab that, because we are basically at war. And even Fox News is saying it. Where are you? Here we are. Next, so they use repressive state apparatus for the context of policies he supports were the ones of the military junta. But the thing is, he's just making up claims of shit that he's doing and blaming it on the right. Pre-breakfast spinner, Europe does not want Russia to take Ukraine along with the people and the weapons that they have. Ukraine is the biggest army in Europe by far. As well as, like, it's not just Ukraine. We know for a fact that Russia wants more than Ukraine and will move forward. The Baltics, specifically, like Lithuania, Estonia, that part is quite at risk because apparently we might be pulling our troops out of there, and we'll see. We're gonna talk about Ukraine towards the end. I bet if you asked 1,000 Fox News viewers if they knew Fox News was sued for, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They could know 100% and they would still watch it. They don't care. Milei is like that crazy religious person with the bright eyes and the crazy stare. I mean, yeah, he is. The guy literally clones his dog and then thinks that it talks to him. But we are in an information war. So when he says things like this, Milei is part of our circle now. He's in the same group. He has the same friends. This is what they want. This is what they're doing, and this is what they believe. Now, Fox News is lying to you. Although, right here, at least for a portion of this, Jesse Waters actually tells the truth.
It's not really the same. Dana, we are waging a 21st century information warfare campaign against the left.
Sorry, that was not loud enough.
It's not really the same. Dana, we are waging a 21st century information warfare campaign against the left, and they are using tactics from the 1990s. They are holding tiny press conferences.
Okay, first of all, this is information warfare. I've been saying it for a while. Now you hear it straight from them, so there's no denying it now.
Tiny little rallies. They're screaming into the ether on MSNBC.
This is what I've been complaining about the liberals and the Democrats for doing. Even the right is aware of it, and they're making fun of it.
This is what you call top-down command and control. You get your
and he is correct about that.
From the newspaper, and you put it on the broadcast network, and then it disappears. What you're seeing on the right is asymmetrical. It's like...
Now, what he's about to say to the right is only partially true. In fact, it used to be true, and it is no longer, essentially. The right has also now a top-down information spread structure, but it was built on the grassroots that he's about to go into. So, like, he's only half telling the truth here.
Grassroots guerrilla warfare. Someone says something on social media, Musk retweets it, Rogan podcasts it, Fox broadcasts it, and by the time it reaches everybody, millions of people have seen it.
Now, understand what he's saying here. The grassroots infrastructure, the guerrilla warfare that he's talking about, were the pre-election Republicans. This is how they built up the Republican base. This is why I keep telling all of you to run for your local office, your school board, your election board, your state legislature, whatever it is. They got people to join the Republican Party from the bottom up years ago, back during Obama's day, and they changed it. They continued to move and shift the entire system towards the right over and over and over again until now. They have evolved. It didn't start under Obama, but like at least that was when I started being politically active, Maddie, and like I could see it. The Tea Party, for example, I would say is the proto version of MAGA. They started doing the down top electioneering in the 50s. That's not necessarily what I'm talking about. I'm more talking about the radicalization of the party from the inside. That was the grassroots guerrilla warfare. Now they've retransitioned back into the top-down structure. But that guerrilla warfare on the inside is how we got here. This is what we need to have on the left. And yes, Gingrich is an example. So again, listen to him because he is telling the truth here for the vast majority of it.
It's not really
for once.
the same. Dana, we are waging a 21st century information warfare campaign against the left, and they are using tactics from the 1990s. They are holding tiny press conferences, tiny little rallies. They're screaming into the ether on MSNBC. This is what you call top-down command and control. You get your talking points from a newspaper, and you put it on the broadcast network, and then it disappears. What you're seeing on the right is asymmetrical. It's like grassroots guerrilla warfare. Someone says something on social media, Musk retweets it.
Yes, fuck this dude, but he's literally telling us what they're doing, and we've been right the whole time. You know, like, they are doing, this is flooding the zone, this is the blitzkrieg, this is information warfare. I've been saying they want you to feel depressed, they want you to feel hopeless, they want you to feel angry and scared and sad, and they want you to give up. They want you to tune out. They can't keep this up forever. They have not fully been able to transition into fascism just yet. They're working on that. But we are in the period where they are their most vulnerable. This is the most dangerous period for them. It's when they're attempting to consolidate power. Now,
Rogan podcasts it, Fox broadcasts it, and by the time it reaches everybody, millions of people have seen it. It's free money. And we're actually talking about expressing information. They are suppressing information. It's not really
we're suppressing information and they're expressing it. That's the part where he lies about. And that goes into just like, we are suppressing their lies, but that's about as much as they're willing to say on that. Just the way he's speaking about it, it isn't little. No, of course. This is the plan. This is huge. USA was once the shining light of freedom to be admired and respected, and now they've become a joke. Yeah, we literally have become the joke of the world. Like, nobody respects us anymore, and really nobody should. Free money. Fucking Fox is a network funded by money to fast-track the government into their direction. By the way, that free money he's talking about.
Tweets it, Rogan podcasts it, millions of people have seen it. It's free money.
Free money as in it's free publicity that they don't have to pay for. This is one of the reasons why the left does not have a media apparatus and the right does, because they have money to push it, to fund it. Probably on sheet. I love how people say the felon isn't a politician. Trump was yapping his mouth about politics back in the 1980s every time he was on TV in an interview. You could see his interviews on YouTube. Hell, he ran for POTUS in the Reform Party back in 2000. Like, he did, you're right. But he was never a serious politician. He became much more serious when Roger Stone came up to him, and like there's a lot there. The U.S. is no longer a shining city on the hill. No, we're the bad guys. We're literally Hitler now. And it's going good, you know, for them at the very least. Like, we have now gotten to the point where judges are being fired.
A dozen immigration.
And yes, leftist Leo's correct. If a felon's allowed to be president, then any felon should be allowed to vote, buy a gun, all of that shit.
Judges were fired. It's part of a sweeping attempt to reduce the size of the federal government, but it comes amid an immigration crackdown and a backlog of nearly 4 million cases. More now from ABC's Morgan Norwood.
Tonight, as President Trump and Elon Musk reshape the federal government with mass layoffs triggering anger and confusion among federal employees, ABC News learning the DOJ quietly fired more than a dozen new immigration judges without cause. Just days
without cause, like nothing. We're not gonna give you a reason. We're just gonna fire you.
They were set to be sworn in, according to the union.
And Tyler, I'm telling you, if you buy any like crypto, you're just gonna lose your money. It is just gambling.
Them. The sweeping shakeup dismissed 13 immigration judges in training, 2 judges already on the bench, and 5 other mid-level managers that also hear immigration cases. Their union saying in a statement, the firing of immigration judges when we need more judges to enforce our immigration laws by this administration is a perfect example of hypocrisy. The move comes amid a massive backlog of 3.7 million cases and in the middle of an immigration crackdown coast to coast. For 7 days, ABC News was on the front lines, from community groups patrolling the streets for signs of ICE in LA, to D.C., where immigration lawyers are working around the clock. and San Diego, where the Coast Guard is ramping up helicopter patrols. ICE says it arrested more than 8,200 people between January 22nd and January 31st. But ICE...
That's a lot of people. And again, remember, not all of these are immigrants. Some of these are citizens. Some of these are Native Americans. It doesn't matter. They don't care. They're just going, like, and by the way, on top of this now, remember, Kash Patel has been confirmed. We have the FBI. He has his fucking hit list that he has in a book. They're going to start going after the the left, much heavier now. Preposterous. Not Trump was in Putin's pocket for a long time. He ran because Putin lent on him to run. He never wanted to run, but he had to. No, I don't agree with that either. I think that Donald Trump wanted to run but not win initially, or rather didn't even really care. He was just convinced to run for publicity. He enjoyed the rallies and the attention that he got a lot. The people around him, specifically people like Michael Flynn, like Roger Stone, the actual Russian agents, are the ones that got in contact with Russia and set up the actual collusion. Now, yes, he's been running since the 90s, but he likes the popularity. He never actually thought he would win. And yes, he was mad that he was never number one show on TV and had no money. The good timeline, really, is when Donald Trump just got to stay an actor. Like, if he was just in, like, I don't know, Marvel movies and we would clap for him, he would be a normal dude. Now, like, he's obviously a bad guy. He's not a good person. He would be like Reagan, yes. He would, like, I don't even think he would be president if we just gave him a nice big movie role. Someone please just write like a really, really good movie and give Donald Trump the lead role if he just fucks off. Fucker lost IMO because I think the Electoral College is a joke. He would be nothing right now if we had a re-election system. Well, I mean, this time he did win the popular vote. So, like, he would have won this time. But he would have lost last time because of if we didn't have the Electoral College. But at the same time, the only reason that Donald Trump won in 2016 to begin with, the only reason is because Democrats did not, like, would have preferred Donald Trump over Bernie Sanders. They were so afraid of Bernie Sanders, even though he won the primary, that they cheated him out of it. They gave it to Hillary Clinton, who was deeply, deeply unpopular. They apologized for it. They admitted it. They stepped down. This is not a conspiracy theory. Donna Brazile, the head of the DNC, said, yes, we did. And that's because they would prefer authoritarianism or fascism to socialism. The Democrats are also in the pocket of corporations. They're just not as, or at least in the past, they were not as bad. I don't know what their intentions are now. Honestly, my gut just says if they're not currently actively, loudly speaking out constantly in the news, then they're an agent of capital. They just work for the same people. Which means he would have been nothing in 2020 or 2024. Hillary probably just getting done with her second term. No, the thing is, Hillary should never have run. It should have been Bernie. Bernie is the one who won the primary. Bernie would have beat Trump in 2016. He would have beat Trump in 2020. Trump never would have been president if we put Bernie Sanders up there. U.S. primary 2020 donation map. Hold on. This map is for 2020, yes, but not 2016. But it shows just how much support Bernie Sanders had. This is the entire country of individual donors in 2020 and who they were donating to over Sanders, Warren, Buttigieg, Harris, Biden, and O'Rourke. It was massively, massively Bernie. And a lot of MAGA that I have spoken to following this election also said they would have voted for Bernie. No, Hillary did not win more delegates. Sanders won more delegates, and they took them away and gave them to Bernie. Like, hold on. Let me pull up the actual Donna Brazile. Donna Brazile said the 2016 primary was rigged before she said it wasn't. Like, she was the head of the DNC. Brazil, as you might call, is the same person who alleges in her book hacks the insights, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Key passage from Brazil's piece in Politico last week, which was from her book. Quote, I had tried to search for any other evidence of internal corruption that would show the DNC was rigging the system to throw the primary to Hillary, but I could not find any in party affairs or among staff. I had gone department by department investigating individual conduct for individual skewed decisions, and I was happy to see that I had not found any. This was part of the agreement. That's what she said in her book. The funding arrangement HFA and the Victory Fund agreement was not illegal, but if it looked unethical. If the fight had been fair, one campaign would not have control of the party before the voters had decided which one they wanted to lead. This was not a criminal act, but it compromised the integrity. So first of all, before we even get to the actual openly rigging the election against Bernie, they already had it rigged in that Hillary Clinton had further access to party information, internal polling data, all of that stuff than Bernie did. But the first paragraph of that excerpt, until it's a fundraising agreement. In the second paragraph, she calls the fundraising deal unethical, ad to compromise the party's integrity. Then we get down. Oh, God, this isn't it. I want the actual... and I can't pay. This is going to make me pay for it. All right, look. Here, look it up, mate, and have a look, because I'm going to get far too distracted and go down that rabbit hole. But Bernie would have beat Trump then, and if he beat Trump then, we would have not had Trump now. Kendrick Lamar 2028. Honestly, I would vote for Kendrick. Visora, serious question. All right, back guys. I don't understand the American government. Over here, we call for a vote of no confidence against the Prime Minister. Can the U.S. do this? Yes, we can. But it's not like, it's not just the citizenry, right? It is 23rd or 24th. Nope. 4th was it. Sorry, hold on. I slept like shit, so my brain's half on today. What's that called again for the US? We have a version of this. Yeah, I know. We have our variant of it. What is it? The, only the cabinet can do it, right? President incapable of performing his duties. What is that one called? The 25th. I checked 23 and 24, and it wasn't either. I was off by one either way. It was 25. Open the link. Here you go, back guys. The 25th Amendment. This is what we do. What is it and how is it ratified? Okay. 25th Amendment was introduced after JFK assassination. It highlighted the need for more structuring procedures for handling situations where the president is unable to perform their duty. There's no definitive legal framework. Here we go. Removed from office. Section 4 of the 25th Amendment, perhaps the most complex part of the amendment, which has never been invoked, allows for the vice president and a majority of cabinet secretaries or other bodies as Congress may provide to declare the president unable to discharge the powers of and duties of the office. The vice president then assumes acting president role. So that's how we do it over here, bat guys. Have a good rest of your day, Preposterous. Good to see you. And, like, you shouldn't trust the Clintons at all, because Bill Clinton is also a monster. Epstein friend. Like, it's they're all the same. Yeah, what are you talking about, Boston? Just because you like politics doesn't mean you get along with everyone else who likes politics. You're very welcome. I'll link you the actual thing. Oh, wait, no, I already did. I already did that. I already did. When Biden announced he was going to run for a second term, I was pissed. Yes, everyone was pissed because Biden knew when he announced that he was going to run for a second term that internal Democrat polling showed that he would lose by a 400 electoral point loss. Like, he knew he would lose. We were supposed to have an open primary, even after, like, Biden dropped out. Now, like I talk about this all the time. This is why, like I will never forgive the Democrats because it's their fault we're here. Biden made the choice to run when he knows he would have lost. Then we get him to drop out. We're supposed to have an open primary. And then Biden immediately goes and endorses Kamala Harris, killing the need for a primary. And again, Kamala Harris probably would have still ended up the nominee, but having a primary in the Democratic Party would have made her more popular. It would have given her, it would have made her look like she earned it, you know? But like, I'm not particularly sure we're going to have the rest, like another election, the way that we normally do in 2 years. I really dislike that I blame the Democrats for Republicans being fascist. I don't blame them for that, Maddie. I blame Democrats for making every possible decision that continues the process that is allowing Republicans to become more and more and more fascist. They're not doing anything to stop this. A real president would have had Trump in jail day one in 2021. Like any real president would have just immediately imprisoned Donald Trump on day one. It's frustrating because it just lets them off the hook, and it's like the Democrats have been the cops constantly of trying to fix the fuck-ups. Yes, but they are also failing. And honestly, like Maddie, I'm sure there's instances where this isn't the case, but for the vast, vast, vast majority of these cases of Democrats trying to do something to stop the Republicans, at least on a federal level, on a state level, they tend to be quite good. It seems like either the effort is half-assed, inept, or it's controlled opposition in some cases. It's difficult to tell. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer right now, that shit is very tough to tell if they're even really trying or not. And my gut says they only want to create the aura of we're trying to resist. Meanwhile, they're not actually trying to resist. When those seats were lost in New York in the 2022 midterms, that was such a huge sign. Our entire Democratic leadership is not doing anything. Basically, yeah, there's just like a couple that are. I would suggest everyone that is against Trump goes to their Democratic senator or congressman and then asks for a vote of no confidence. Well, so the thing is, you need almost all of Congress to invoke the 25th, which is not going to happen. You would need the cabinet secretaries to invoke the 25th, which is not going to happen. Yes, Donald Trump is a Russian asset. I'll show you why, really, in just one quick video. We're not even on Russia yet, and we'll get there in a second, but I can prove that he is a Russian asset in one singular video really quickly, in like 30 seconds. Thank you to Captain Buggy for linking me the actual stream where you cut this from. Here's you can judge for yourself.
And I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal. I could have made a deal for Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land, everything, almost all of the land, and no people would have been killed, and no city would have been demolished, and not one. And I think it's going.
If you didn't pick that up.
But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have.
He just said here that Ukraine started the war. That just came out of the President of the United States' mouth. That Russia did not start the war, Ukraine did. Now, sounds pretty much like this is Tim Pool. Ukraine is the greatest enemy of, like, this is literally just Kremlin talk.
Never started it. You could have made a deal. I could have made a deal for Ukraine.
You could have never started it. Almost all of the lands in Ukraine attacked first, 100% Kremlin guys are in Trump's ear. They're writing his speeches, man. We'll get more to that in a bit. But also, like, understand really quickly that Donald Trump is genuinely very, very stupid. On trade, I have decided for purposes of fairness that I will charge a reciprocal tariff, meaning whatever countries charge the United States of America, we will charge them, no more nor less. For the purposes of the United States policy, we will consider countries that use the VAT system, which is far more punitive than a tariff, to be similar to that of a tariff. Sending merchandise, products, or anything by any other name through any country for the purposes of unfairly harming Americans will not be accepted. I'm not going to read the rest of this shit, but like, this is beyond stupid. That's not how VAT works, by the way. VAT, value added tax, is what, like, we have this in Australia. It's when you go to the store and the price is included in whatever the fuck it is you're buying. There is a flat sales tax. That is sales tax. Yes, it's not a tariff. It's value added tax. Each, like, the US does sales tax instead. Each firm pays taxes on their value added or output sales minus the cost. There's, like, if you're the company selling shit, you are just being taxed on the value that you created, not all of the costs in this. Like, this is better for you in a way. They're really about similar. And I'm not an economist either, but I'm smart enough to know that VAT taxes are not tariffs. And what you want to charge equivalent to a VAT tax? I don't even know how this even works. This would be like Mexico claiming that Texas has imposed a tariff on them by having a 6% sales tax. Like, that is what that is. That's actually the equivalent. SDL, the king of Twitter, by the way. You have a 6% sales tax, and so that is imposing a tariff on me. These people are not dumb. I mean, they're not smart. And, like, I never saw the full version of this video. This is a 60 minutes video at a interview of Donald Trump. Now, remember, just a little while ago, Donald Trump was complaining about how someone didn't, which it wasn't CBS or 60 Minutes or whatever, cut out parts of the video with Kamala Harris, and they were alleging that there was some bullshit going on. Obviously, like, they released that video. There's nothing of import in it. Here is the same thing applied to Donald Trump. It was 60 Minutes. Thank you, SN.
You would interview Joe Biden like you interview me. It would be so good. You know what?
You like this, I thought. I thought you
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. But when I watch him walk out of a store, he's in the midst of a scandal. His family is corrupt.
Again, like, all of this has been cut.
Okay, he's corrupt. He's a corrupt politician. And he's walking with ice cream. And the question the media asks him, what kind of ice cream, what flavor ice cream do you have? And he's in the midst of a scandal.
He's not.
And he's taking, of course he is, Leslie.
Come on.
Of course he is.
You
See
know,
that?
they had the Senate
So
committee,
you're like big tech. You're protecting him. And everyone is, except for
Yeah, but you're
few
exactly.
people.
Hey, remember when he was against big tech? And now they own him? That's funny.
You're taking something that was investigated
Leslie,
by a
let me ask
Republican
you.
committee.
You think it's okay for the mayor of Moscow's
Screw
world
SN.
to give him millions and millions of dollars, $3.5 million?
The man is genuinely stupid. We're in a weave every time they cut shit out. They just keep cutting the weave.
To give his family $3.5. Do you think it's okay for Hunter Biden to say that we're giving?
Thank you, Lanky
the big
Sapien.
guy 10% of this massive amount of money they're taking in? Do you think it's okay for all of these horrible things that you've seen, where they're getting hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars, where China gives them $1.5 billion to manage the family, $1.5 billion, and then he's supposed to negotiate? Let me tell you,
He is the brain rot that is America.
it's the biggest,
And then we get to the
second
original.
biggest scandal. The biggest.
I like the amount of audacity to complain about, like, Kamala Harris doing a 60 Minutes interview where they cut out bits. How much of his talking is cutting out of here? This 60 Minutes interview would have likely been 3 hours.
Scandal was when they spied on my campaign. They spied on my campaign.
There's
Leslie.
no real evidence of that.
Of course there is. It's
No.
all over the place. Leslie,
Sir.
they spied on my campaign.
Of course there's evidence. There's all over the place. I'm not going to show you where, but Leslie, they did it. I promise. Can we go 2 minutes with only saying nice things about Trump? No. Sorry, I don't like to say nice things about Hitler.
They got caught.
Can I say something?
Or, sorry, Mussolini.
You know, this is 60 Minutes. And we can't put on things we can't verify.
You won't put it on because it's bad for Biden.
We can't
Look,
put
let me tell
on
you.
things we can't verify.
Leslie, they spied on my campaign.
Well, we can't
It's been
verify.
totally verified.
No.
It's been, just go down and get the papers. They spied on my campaign, they got caught.
Phantom, if you want me to shut up for 2 minutes, drop me a sub and I'll do it. I promise. You can pay me to stop talking, actually.
No.
And then they went much further than that, and they got caught. And you will see that, Leslie, and you know that, but you just don't want to put it on the air.
As a matter of fact, I don't know that.
Okay.
And you're out
So
there.
why don't you get back to your interview and let's go.
Jesus, what a fucking asshole. Like, it's not even just audacity at that point. That's just being a dick. Oh, well, yeah, there is nothing positive to say about Trump. There's a reason that I don't even correct him anymore, because just like every word out of his mouth is a lie. Dude and his followers never cease to amaze me with the sheer stupidity. It shouldn't, but it does. The thing is, like, I can understand that, SN, because you have a rational brain and you expect some kind of rational behavior from other people, especially people who are evil. Like, you expect Hitler to at least be somewhat competent. Thanks, Lord Fluffy. Let me get the cat for y'all.
So
Hi, buddy. Cat wants to say hi. Hi. Fine, he's in the box and he wants to murder. Come back here. Okay. You're okay. Okay, buddy. Okay. You're okay. Mwah, 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 mwah. I'm sorry I woke you up from your nap. But, like, you're famous and chat wants to say hi. Okay, you're grumpy. He is not happy. Genghis Khan, I did correct myself. He's not Hitler, he's Mussolini. Hitler is, Elon. Oh, don't feel bad, Leftist Leo. He's a cat. He sleeps, like, 95 hours of the day. See, the thing is, Captain Buggy, he is quite holdable in the right time. Like, his favorite thing is when I hold him and just rub my face into him. He purrs, he starts headbutting me. That's his favorite shit. You know what? Maybe you're also right, Genghis Khan. He might be a bit of Mussolini and Pol Pot and Stalin mixed together. Elon is just straight up like Hitler, though. I found out that Elon left South Africa in 1988. That explains so much. Literally, like, Maddie. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you, Leftist Leo. You're exactly right about, like, Elon being, like, his beliefs are explained by the fact that he likes apartheid. He enjoyed apartheid. His family was pro-apartheid. That's why now we're trying to get white South African farmers into the United States as refugees because they're being discriminated against and their lands are being stolen and all this shit. Like, he never had to undergo truth and reconciliation. The thing is, like, he is genuinely, fully, ideologically in the belief that he is superior to others. He is a Nazi. He believes in the Nazi ideology. He's like a stupid Nazi. He's the kind of 4chan Nazi, but he's Nazi. Yeah, I know, Genghis Khan. I know what these people did. And I know what is going to happen here. So, like, I don't care if you can't see the comparison. My foresight has been perfect so far. I've yet to be wrong about pretty much anything that they were going to do and that they said that they wanted to do after they took, like, control. So, which will never happen. Remember when Project 2025 was never going to happen, Genghis Khan? Remember how they were never going to genocide trans folk? Remember how that you also argued, that we would somehow be better on Gaza? I vaguely remember you making that claim. Because everything that you have said is never going to happen has happened. And everything that I have said is going to happen has either begun happening or the steps for that have also begun happening. So, you know, if you're going to come at me for being wrong or something, it's fine. Just bring facts. Listen to Tom Homan. Here's this disgusting ghoul.
Heard you talking about AOC over the weekend. Do you believe she is breaking the law?
Genghis Khan, it is literally definitionally genocide for trans people. Like the banning of trans healthcare, the laws all over the country that restrict them from going to schools, to bathrooms, in public places. Nancy Mace just put this out today. HR 1015, I believe it was. Here we go. They literally are erasing trans people from history by getting rid of mentions of trans people at Stonewall. Gay rights exist today because of trans people, and they are erasing every mention of trans people from history. It's literally genocide. But I know it's not HR 1015. Which one was it? Was it this one? No, this is not the right one. Hold on. Nancy. Ah, it was HR 111, not 115. No, it's not this one either. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, but this is the equal protection under the 14th Amendment for unborn people. There's that. So like abortion is fully fucking illegal now. Oh, also they are entirely fully like making abortion illegal. Oh, and yes, there is the idea of paper genocide. Like, it is a genocide. I'm not going to sit here and substantiate it any further. I'll find that bill in a second because I had it saved. I just might have put it in the wrong source document. But show me video footage of trans people literally in jigsaw traps or genocide isn't happening. Basically, that's the argument. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the passports. Violent attacks with specific intent to destroy, in part or whole groups, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. That is the definition of genocide, which isn't happening to trans people. No, Genghis Khan. Look up the definition of genocide. Definition of genocide. A deliberate killing, yes, but also destroying the nation or a group. There doesn't need to be killing. Here, from the fucking Holocaust Museum, the United States Holocaust Museum. Go to Wikipedia as well, but again, the legal term genocide refers to certain acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. That is the answer. Killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mentally harm to the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children to another group. The trans genocide has been in existence for years now. It's just been unpopular to say it because people like you come up and say, it's not genocide, and we have to argue about it. But no, it's been literally genocide for at least 8 years now. Are we billionaires because I think that's who they work for? What? We have the power those guys are supposed to work for. Oh yeah, not anymore, Pre-Breakfast Banana. We have to take that power if they want to work for us, if we want them to work for us. Literally all of that is happening today, Genghis Khan. Go ask your trans friends. Access to medication. Look at what leftist Leo said. Another trans person is telling you that you are wrong. I did a whole segment on trans stuff Like, what, yesterday? My last stream? Not yesterday, 2 days ago? Go watch the last stream that I did before this one. Leftist Leo, chill out. Don't, like, we gotta remain somewhat civil here, but, like, it's objectively genocide. They removed trans people from Stonewall. That alone is insane. Like, it's literally erasing people from history. No, I know. Leftist Leo, you have every right to be fucking mad.
Heard you talking about AOC over the weekend. Do you believe she is breaking the law?
I'll leave that up to DOJ. What I find disturbing is that any member of Congress wants to educate people how they evade law enforcement. You can claim you're educating those constitutional rights. Okay, you can keep that claim. What she in fact doing is telling people don't open your door, hide in your home, don't talk to ICE.
All of these things are your rights, and you should do them, by the way. Listen to AOC. Don't listen to this grumpy little ghoul.
Talking about people who are in the country illegally, committed a crime, they're a public safety threat, they've been convicted of serious crime, and they've been ordered removed by a federal judge. So it's like AOC and others don't want ICE to enforce the laws that they enacted. She's a member of Congress. Let us enforce the laws you enacted. That's what we're supposed to do.
You can't go after her. Do you think others should?
He wants to go after AOC. He wants AOC arrested for teaching people about their rights. Like, it doesn't get any more clear than that. You can't make that up. You can't go on and pretend that like this isn't happening. They're talking about arresting government officials for doing their job because it goes against what they want. This shit's terrifying, and it should be. He's afraid of AOC. She's a hero to the people. I mean, yes, pre-breakfast banana, and even AOC did say that regarding him. He is afraid of her because she has enough sauce, you know, she has enough support behind her that it's not exactly like you can get rid of her. But at the same time, she is causing a massive amount of problems for not only like ICE, but generally just the administration. I'll bust windshields if AOC gets arrested. I mean, no Fed posting, but you know, it is that. Also, Captain Buggy, it may just me, but I didn't see much coverage on the removing trans from Stonewall. The media seemed largely silent. We did cover it for a little bit yesterday, but I mean, again, gay marriage today exists because of Stonewall. And trans people were a literal foundational key part of Stonewall. So erasing the not only T from LGBT, making it LGB, removing the name of the woman who, like, in fact, I don't even remember her name because I'm terrible with that shit, but like removing the famous person who is credited with being one of the starting the actual Stonewall movement, being the one there, you know, the trans woman who was held and tortured for a month. Well, actually, that was a trans man that was held and tortured for a month. If you're talking about the one recently, but racing history, this is like the Nazis burning the Institute of Sexology. Like, that is the equivalent here. All right, we can get off of this idiot. And also, watch Zach's playlist on Stonewall. In fact, I'm gonna... Fuck, that's loud. Jesus. I'm gonna save that so that I can give it a look later. Marsha P. Johnson is what was who I was referring to, but yes, Sylvia Rivera. These people are being erased from history. The best thing to do is contact local groups like the ACLU, NAACP, labor unions, LGBT groups. You should. And beyond that, understand that a lot of these nonprofits are going to face a lot of scrutiny in the coming future. Saw a vid of people fighting over eggs at Walmart, but hey, trans people are the problem, right? Yeah. And I mean, it doesn't show that any trans people at all in the pink tribe. What the fuck are you talking about? Genghis Khan. Everybody in this room except for you agrees that trans people are being genocided. I did like an hour-long segment on this week. Go watch that segment if you disagree, but we're moving off of trans people now. We're continuing onward. This is a stun lock that is worthy of attention and like will be given more attention. What is the point of it to them? How does it make more money? No, it doesn't make any money. Pre-breakfast banana. The point is scapegoating. The trans people are the Jews right now. They are the equivalent. There was in fact a government worker just yesterday, I believe. Not yesterday, 2 days ago, on the last stream. Give me a second. Why are my sources all messed up? Today is the 19th. Yes. Today is the 19th. Just hold off. No, come on. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You gotta start saving videos of trans people existing into OneDrive and USBs. Literally, yes. Oxpecker, I think I do. Hold on. I actually posted this one, didn't I? Jeez, I spend far too much time on Twitter. Here we go. This is the place of trans people in today's society. This is from a federal worker. My work life is subject to the EOs involving Doge and RIFs. Sure, they are cartoonishly clumsy and evil people carrying out these orders in ways that defy law and logic and claim to be saving tons of money, finding waste, fraud, and abuse, when in reality is that they're inflicting it. It would be one thing if, quote, put them in trauma, as Russ Vought said, was the only thing happening, but I have a teacher wife and a teenage trans son. So there's the school EOs that paints my high school English teacher wife as a radical gender ideology indoctrinator because she makes her class a safe space for trans kids, which is not allowed, by the way, anymore in schools. You're literally not even allowed to, like, change your pronouns, go by a chosen name. Like, that shit does not fly in school anymore because they're evil. But because she makes her class a safe place for trans people to be themselves, suggests that she should be driven out of her profession. Now there are how many, 7, 10 EOs referencing trans issues, starting from the very definition of gender itself that seeks to drive my son out of public life. Healthcare? No. Jobs? No. Passports? No. They resemble the Nuremberg laws that steadily stripped Jews of their citizenship and finally their personhood. We are a family of Jews. The lessons of the Holocaust are burned to us in an early age. So what I'm feeling is the trap closing at work, and I feel it closing around the country as a whole. Take that from a government worker with a trans kid who is Jewish and knows about the Holocaust, has read history, all right? And also remember that these people don't actually give a fuck about trans people because Caitlyn Jenner. Like, no one cares. The Uncle Bruce of the trans community. It's like the Uncle Tom for black folk back in the day. It was the word that would be used for black folk who sucked up to white guys all the time. Wanted to be white so bad that they would hate other black people. We call those Uncle Toms. People like Caitlyn Jenner, call them Uncle Bruce. It's the same thing. They're trying to literally ban it federally, yeah. But don't worry. We got a lot of bad stuff happening. So, first of all, oh no, this is the wrong one. I was going to show you about the back tax. They made it so now, remember last year when Joe Biden reduced the amount of money that you have to pay to for overdraft fees? Overdraft fees, that's what I'm thinking of. Well, guess what? They're back. The overdraft fees are back. Why? Fuck knows. There we go. This was the right one. Republicans just introduced a bill to remove the cap on overdraft fees so banks can rob you blind while with even higher charges. The Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, which was gutted, put limits on these legalized shakedowns, but the GOP swooped in like Wall Street's personal hit squad to make sure your account stays in the red while banks stay in the black. Like, this is just a fuck you to you. That's it. Like, this is just a fuck you to you. And honestly, Captain Buggy, I prefer Twitter to Blue Sky because on Blue Sky, I don't actually get to see what the assholes and the horrible people are actually doing. And I don't know. I'm not great at just interacting casually with liberals. They think I'm a bit too extreme. Camel, well, I just got in. They don't care about trans people because they don't care about everybody in general. Yes, but also they care enough about trans people to make them the immediate scapegoat. They're the easiest target to start with. So, yeah, they just removed the bit where, you know, it was only going to cost you $5 for your overdraft fee, and now it can be like $35 again every time you get overdrafted. Because, yay. And now they're in your Social Security.
Welcome back. A federal judge skeptical over a 14-state effort to block Doge from accessing federal data. Judge Tanya Chutkan doubting claims from 14 attorneys general that Doge's actions are a threat to democracy.
Yeah, Oxpecker, go to your bank tomorrow. If you guys are worried about overdraft fees, like, go deal with that, because I'm pretty sure with this government, they'll make it so they can charge you, like, what, 700 people? Can people share MP4? Like, what do you mean?
She's seen no evidence they are actually causing harm.
Oh, no.
She's expected to rule on this case later today. I spoke with House Republican Conference Chairwoman Lisa McClain on Sunday Morning Futures about Democrats' reaction to Doge's findings.
And that's why you see the Democrats losing their mind, because we're actually uncovering all of this waste, fraud, and abuse. And
they have not had one singular substantiable find of anything. They found literally nothing. They can't prove any waste, any fraud, any abuse, none of it. They've literally found nothing except for the amount of money that they're stealing. Did you hear that they went into Fort Knox the other day? Like, to check to make sure the gold is all there? I wonder how much gold is missing. It's not like we know how much gold is in there. If it's debit account, you can usually close the account and not be charged, but the account is RIP. Yeah, basically. They say it, but they don't want to show it.
And they're losing their minds. Why? Because we're uncovering it, and they're actually advocating for us to continue the wasteful spending. And there's a lot of fear-mongering right now that's going on.
Please name one singular bit of waste, fraud, or abuse that has been found. One. Give me one. Who let the doofus into Fort Knox? Yeah, they all went in there, so.
Listen, I believe that there are a lot of savings and efficiency.
They found literally nothing, Leftist Leo. Everything that they've found, even misconstruing is doing a lot of work there. They're just lying. There's nothing
that we can find before we have to touch mandatory spending. But let's not confuse savings.
Remember, mandatory spending is things like Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security.
With cuts. And let's not confuse reforms with cuts.
Let's pretend that we're not going to steal all of your money and that you people are going to starve to death. Let's use nice coddling language, because, you know, our viewers are too afraid of their feelings, are too afraid of feeling like maybe they made a mistake, that we have to baby them.
Is to make sure that we give the money and the programs to the people who need it most. Sure. I'm hard pressed to believe that government runs so efficiently that there's not any savings that we can find.
Joining me now is New York Post columnist and Fox News contributor Miranda Devine. Miranda, great to see you. Thanks so much.
All right, we're not listening to you idiots talk. But let's talk about Social Security, because Social Security is really fucking important to most Americans, right? What are they talking about here? Because, where is it? I'll show you.
This morning, there are new developments in the Trump administration's push to reshape the federal government. Another department is now facing scrutiny from Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE.
NBC News has learned that the acting commissioner of the Social Security Administration, Michelle King, stepped down over the weekend after she refused a request from DOGE to access sensitive data of millions of Americans at the agency. That is according to two.
They're going to have access to your data, as in your bank details, your phone number, your address, your social security number, obviously, all of your payments, all of your company details, everything. They have it already. And remember, even though the court said that they have to destroy it, they have copies, private servers, all of that is in that. And understand that, you know what they're going to use all of this information for, right? Oxpecker, this is why the portion of the right that's barely politically engaged are doing the most damage. They're willing to absorb all of this dumb shit, and any attempt to correct it is hyperbolic and hysterical. They literally have derangement syndrome. They have Elon derangement syndrome. But what are they going to do with all this information that they're collecting? All of your tax data, all of your payment data, all of your banking details, everything that America knows about you, the IRS knows about you, the Social Security, all of your job history for your entire life, including your pension. It's going to go into AI training. AI training. They're going to put all of this data into AI so the AI can better understand you as a person and humans in general. Remember, we have a $500 billion investment towards AI. We have Larry Ellison, another billionaire that's crypto AI related, talking about how he wants cameras everywhere that both monitor everything going on. The cameras are run by AI. If they see a crime, the camera will tell a police officer to come there and fix that crime. The management of law enforcement through these AI cameras, as well as the population. We've seen him say that. Like, that is the plan. No, this is worse than China, Indie Crab. This is like 1984. If they actually manage that AI camera system, that's straight up 1984 shit.
Sources familiar with the situation.
Oh, or yeah, the way that they want to put Neuralink in your brain, which is fucking stupid. Also, Elon doesn't understand shit because he is dumb. Elon is genuinely one of the stupidest people on Earth. Like, actually the stupidest people on Earth. Let's see what this crazy bullshit is. Leftist Leo. Oh, yes, I did see that. That, the Treasury Department has $4.7 trillion in missing payments. Now, I don't know if this is real. This might just be satire. But ironic that they find exactly the amount of money that they want. He'll be the stupidest person on Mars, too. God willing, he's there a lot quicker. Remember 10 years ago when he was like IRL Tony Stark, and if they only... They all think of themselves like this, Indie Crab. They all do. They all do. They all want to be the dictator. Like, remember the Trump tweet from a couple days ago? He who saves his country commits no crime? That shit is not something Trump writes. He doesn't talk like that. There was somebody in... That was like Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance and Elon sitting around the table and thinking of like, what would Tony Soprano say in this? Like, Tony Soprano, the mob boss, what would he say? How would he word this? Like, that's what they did. That's how they did that. They want to look fucking cool. Here, look at Elon. Here is what competent leadership looks like. Russia's Lavrov arrives in Saudi Arabia for U.S. talks. Romania deserves its own sovereignty. Like, that tweet was a line from a movie? Okay. Then even more so, like, this shit is very clear. They just love attention. Look at the trending section on Twitter. It's just all Elon. It's all Elon. 1970s movie about Napoleon, that tracks. Because Donald Trump's favorite movie is what? Sunset Boulevard? That's why, like, I'm pretty sure that movie is how they convinced him to run. By the way, here's the Fort Knox thing. Wouldn't it be great if Elon Musk could take a look inside Fort Knox just to make sure the 4,580 tons of US gold is there? Last time anyone looked was 50 years ago. And then he went and looked. An hour-long video about how Elon doesn't understand cyberpunk. I would love to see that one, Zach. But unironically, we are in a cyberpunk dystopia now. Like everything that you would consider cyberpunk, right? We have body modifications, we have AI, we have drones. We are in a shitty version of a cyberpunk universe, but like this, Elon didn't know what SQL was. Literally, like the entirety of, what was it, Social Security runs on SQL, and he did not know what that was. We are in cyberpunk now. Except the only difference is the corporations don't go to war with each other, because that was never realistic.
Situation. Well, the White House later confirmed that King was no longer head of the agency.
NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist joins us now. Aaron, let's start there. What are we hearing from our sources, also from the White House, just about this resignation? And just tied to that, what's the information that Doge is looking?
They're stealing from you so much that the people who were there, who tried their best to stop this, fucking left. Wait, didn't know about the SQL server thing? He said that Social Security doesn't work with SQL, like it doesn't exist, and it does. I could probably find it. Yeah, look, pre-breakfast banana, you got explaining that. All right. So here is 60 Minutes on USAID.
President Trump has said, quote, "Billions of dollars have been stolen. The whole thing is a fraud."
It's utter nonsense. The most accountable aid agency in the world is USAID. I've written actually
Also, what up, Prop PBG?
40% of the staff are accountants and lawyers and people trying to make sure.
Wait, I just remembered I don't care about USAID. This is only in the sources in case an idiot comes in here and starts being like, well, what about USAID? By the way, Elon Musk doesn't run Doge. Did you know that? He's not running Doge. From official documents, U.S. Doge Service is a component of the Executive Office of the President. The U.S. Doge Service temporary organization is within the U.S. Doge Service. Both are separate from the White House. Mr. Musk is an employee in the White House office. He is not an employee of the U.S. Doge Service or Doge Service temporary organization. Musk is not the U.S. Doge Service administrator. So, it's big balls. I love her impression of an idiot asking about USAID is just to De Niro accent. Did I do a De Niro accent? It might be just because I'm from New Jersey. But if Elon isn't running this, then it's like, it's Teal, it's big balls, like it's the entire corpos. He thought Social Security was handled by an Excel spreadsheet. Jesus Christ, that's so stupid. How are these guys this dumb? Like how? How does somebody exist with this level of, I don't know, lack of intelligence? And on some good news, though, we're finally getting some protests, which I am very happy to see. So this was in Denver yesterday. De Niro is left-leaning, and he does hate Donald Trump. My dad literally loves Robert De Niro because he talks shit about Donald Trump all the time. Now look, I complained about the protests last time, that they were nowhere big enough. And I was right. They are getting bigger. I'm happier with these protests to see. Yes, it is refreshing to see. We need to see this shit get bigger and bigger and bigger, and we need it every fucking day. Every day, because otherwise, like, we're kind of cooked, y'all. Lanky Sapien, to my knowledge, the only reason why he thinks 140-year-olds are getting SS checks because he doesn't know how COBOL works either. That is also true, Lanky Sapien. I only learned how COBOL works today, but it took me, what, 5 minutes to figure it out. Scars, you might be actually right. Shufu Poofer, every single day. One protest a day ain't gonna do shit. A big, like, general strike for one day ain't gonna do shit. Be out there day after day after day after day. We're in a war, guys. Like, they're saying it on Fox News that they're waging an information war against the left. Or if you are not MAGA, they are at war with you. So defend yourself. It's not cobalt, it's COBOL, and it's a type of data processing, I think is the word for that. But again, I'm not the one saying we're at war either. It's literally like Jesse Waters said that shit. Just because it seems like a couple new people came in since then. Again, Jesse Waters, real quick.
Not really the same. Dana, we are waging a 21st century information warfare campaign against the left, and they are using tactics from the 1990s. They are holding tiny press conferences, tiny little rallies. They're screaming into the ether on MSNBC. This is what you call top-down command and control.
They are aware that this is an information war, and they're fighting it. But this is how we can fight it. This was New York City. There's no sound to this one. But okay, I am much more impressed with this. The last couple, they looked pretty small. There was not enough people, but people are going to get increasingly mad. There's lots of videos online of MAGA saying that they regret their decisions, that they, there's like a guy begging for an exception on losing his job because he was cut from the government. Well, he's literally saying they are dictatorial. Then they are. They absolutely are. Proud PPG. Donald Trump said, like, what, yesterday, that he basically put out like a Mussolini tweet. They are full fascism now. Go to NYC, best place to protest against Trump, ironically. It depends on whether the police are on your side or not, Indie Crab. Remember, the NYPD as a police force, if New York was a country, the NYPD would be like in the top 6 or top 5 largest militaries for a country in the world. The NYPD cracked down quite hard on the Palestinian protesters, and a lot of those people are being harassed now. They literally were arresting pro-Palestine protesters and pulling their mask down on camera to dox them. Yeah, it's crazy. Denver was great though, but this is also New York City. And it seems like this is good. I saw a place where the National Guard. Oh wait, no, never mind. That was. I debunked that. Ignore that last one. Now again, let me just say, because that's a great point, Proud PPG. I voted for Kamala because I wanted to do this. I wanted to still have these protests. I just didn't want to be afraid of getting shot by the military at these protests, which is now going to be a factor. Because remember, Donald Trump said he wanted to last time. He said he would this time. He can now. They're just still consolidating, which is why they're even allowing this to happen. It is very cold to Indie Crab. I mean, there's a lot of cops. How many cops are in NYC? Hold on. Number of police in NYC. There is... give me a number. Give me... How many? New York Police Department. Give me an average. Jesus Christ, their annual budget is $5 billion. They have 50,000. Well, I'm aware. I lived in the city, mate. Like, I grew up in Jersey. I went to Pace. I've ridden the subway and back day to day. And I'm still a little bitch when it comes to the cold. So, it happens. That film, Civil War, that came out not long ago seems much more realistic now. I watched that movie, and it was like... I remember watching it like, this could be good if it wasn't slop. And I did enjoy it, but you know what? Holy shit. Like, yes, it is kind of becoming more and more and more realistic. The issue being, I am hoping that as MAGA starts watching their life fall apart and they start facing personal consequences for their own actions, then they can be brought over to the left. You can help them, you can bring them to, not all of them either, obviously, but you can bring these people to the left as a method of helping them deal with the crisis of losing everything that they own. You want to read something really scary? This is the future. Let's give it a look. Did you go to Pace? I'm a former Westchesterite. Yeah, I did. I did go to Pace. I went there for 2 years, but I didn't graduate. So, by the way, are these people still technically striking in a way, or is this just their day off on a Saturday? It's probably their day off on a Saturday, which is why it also doesn't work. You need everyone to be striking and doing this collectively. Like, the only way that those protests work is if at least 10 to 20% of the country strikes and does that just on their own, day after day. First, Kobach is the OG extreme voting DACA. Let's have a look. KBI Director, Kansas Attorney General, allows agents to work with ICE on immigration cases. That's not surprising. Topeka Bureau of Investigation formally agreed to dedicate agents to enhance collaboration with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to search for people without documentation. Okay, so local law enforcement is joining in with the purges. The only reason why Kobach isn't in the POTUS inner circle is because he's a moron who got court ordered to take remedial law classes despite being a Yale Law graduate. Well, to be fair, most Yale Law graduates are morons. By the way, really quick side note here regarding education. A lot of things in our society could be fixed if we just required humanities classes for people that go into business or tech. Like, you should be mandated to take philosophy, logic, some history, maybe like a writing class or some shit. I don't care what it is. You need psychology, sociology. All of these classes should be included in whatever degree that you get for business or for tech, because they have no ethics. We need to teach them fucking ethics. And that goes down to historically, Milton Friedman, that era of capitalism and all of that, but still. Zach, it's just liberal if it's not strike action. Libs didn't stop the Iraq war and Afghanistan and such. Yeah, and they're not going to. This isn't going to work unless everybody gets really fucking mad. The fuck Nestle protest is actually pretty consistent. A lot of us go out of our way to avoid Nestle and cargo. Yeah, that's easier though. That's one boycott. First of all, boycotts don't work. I'm talking about mass general strike and protest is the only way forward. Yeah, striking on your day off is not striking. Protesting on your day off is. But they need kindergarten. You're not wrong, Depraved Ambiance. By the way, I love the name. Can I not take some of the statistical bullshit? You have to take everything, Lord Fluffy Art. You're going to learn. We're gonna feed it into your brain. You also have to make, school fun for people to actually pay attention. But don't buy swastikars! Don't buy swastikars! I do love that because Elon Musk hates hearing them called swastikars. Don't buy swastikars! 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 And just to remind you how inept these people are, USDA says it accidentally fired the officials working on bird flu and is trying to rehire them. Now, was it an accident? Who knows? They might just want to kill people because they are a death cult. But they did this with the people who were in charge of nuclear weapons as well. You don't have to take advanced algebra, Lord Fluffy Art. Take a humanities class. You gotta get the psych and sociology classes and the philosophy in there. Yeah, we're cooked. Zach, the cars are in Fortnite? Are you kidding me? I mean, I've never played Fortnite, but that doesn't surprise me. It is just like an ad. It's not even a game. It's more of just an ad. The libs are pro-capitalism, scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds, as they say. You can't fight fascism without being anti-capitalist. Yes. And the scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds is I'm not a fan of it. Not because it's not correct, but because we do still need the liberals right now because they are far greater in number. We just need to be the ones in charge, which is why I've been saying for a long time, the important thing, right? Like the liberals are fine. I just don't think that the liberals should make the decisions. And the way to go about this is what I've been saying, what I've been doing. People like AOC, people like Bernie Sanders, people like Hassan, people like me, people like Vosh, consistently normalizing and explaining leftist rhetoric, making it part of the conversation, making it something normal. People hear this, you know, it's something that you somewhat understand. And once shit starts to pop off, having that pre-built base of, okay, well, there's certain political figures, there's people in the media, there's a left that exists after everything else falls apart. Now, we are small, as like Zach, as you said, I've never heard of it. We're a tiny group. The left is minuscule. But when the right starts to have their, you know, fascist revolution, when they're out in the streets with their guns, when people are suffering, including MAGA people, including rural Americans, they will be much more likely to move to the left. Remember, a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump this time around had openly said that I would have rather voted for Bernie Sanders, but he wasn't a choice. These people, and not all of them, obviously, but there is a chance to bring them over. So, like, I don't want to be full on an enemy of liberals. I just don't trust them to make the decisions and to lead the charge against fascism. They should be backline support, not front lines, if you know what I mean. I just bought a great book for this era, Rules and Radicals for Saul Alinsky. I've never read that, but if you want to understand like what's going on right now, a great book to read that I've been rereading recently is The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein, because they are implementing shock doctrine over and over and over again. That's what we are experiencing now. Lanky Sapien, now that I think of it, we should have been general striking to force the prior DOJ to prosecute Trump way more aggressively long before he had a chance to run again. Like I said, if we had a real functioning government, Donald Trump would have been in prison on day one. I mean, we are all propagandists now, leftist Leo. All right, I'll tech. What did you post in memes? We're getting sidetracked again. Please jump in, like the stream on YouTube while I look for Lord Fluffy Art's meme, please, because that helps. That is very long, man. I'm not reading that shit. Essay posting over here. If you guys want to read it, join the Discord and go read what Lord Fluffy Art wrote in memes. Now, by the way, you are absolutely right, but it's too much, and we're moving on. Also, sidetrack 1 minute short, maybe you missed. Okay, fine. I do like that you guys link me shit now. Whoa. What did you link me? I believe some of the libs are savable. I think I did see this.
Head for the great independent state of cinema and rest there, an unlimited realm, innately inclusive, immune to efforts of occupation, colonization, takeover, ownership, or the development of Riviera property.
Like, is Tilda Swinton a like a liberal, or are they on the left? Because it's hard to tell these days. I think I saw this on my feed.
A borderless realm, and with no policy of exclusion, persecution, or deportation. State-perpetrated and internationally enabled mass murder is currently actively terrorizing more than one part of our world.
Hollywood is almost all liberals,
condemned by the very bodies specifically set up by humans to monitor things on
There
Earth.
are a few people in the entertainment industry in Hollywood who aren't liberals, though. Liberals who don't hate Bernie are salvageable. Yes, are savable. The people who are still mad about Bernie, the people who are mad that Biden dropped out and blame us losing for Biden dropping out, can't save those people. Maybe you can, but it's the same as trying to convince Republicans to come over, you know? Like, you're not going to get through them rationally.
Unacceptable to human society. These are facts. They need to be faced.
That
so for
too,
the sake
Maddie
of
Holmes.
clarity, let's name it. The inhumane is being perpetrated.
So understand what happened here, depraved ambiance. The reason MAGA was able to be successful is because they were able to frame themselves as the counterculture. They were fighting against the radical oppressive government. That's how they got popularity. That's how they kept popularity. That's how they were able to excuse a lot of their actions. And so now they are the establishment. They are not the counterculture anymore. They have all of the power. We are now the counterculture. So we need to start characterizing them. If you go on YouTube, I've made a couple videos on taking right-wing rhetoric, learning how to flip it, change it, add the correct information in and use it against them. And that really is kind of like the best rhetoric we have. You have to be mean to these people. You can't, like, you don't need to show them evidence. You don't need to be nice. You don't have to give them a chance. Just be mean, put them on the defense. They have to defend their own arguments. That's what we need in this country. And, like, by the way, these people are fucking insane. Now, hold on. I want to show you a video, but I know that it's going to immediately play the sound, and I can't because this is copyrighted. But real quick. Jeez, a lot of chat, sorry. But so Ian Miles Chong, which is Elon Musk's dick sucker, this is everything the hideous left hates. There's a side of there is a side that is notoriously triggered by women being sexy and leveraging their sexuality for monetary gain. It is not the left. This is objectively true. But this is what they're mad at. Apparently, the left doesn't like this anymore. First of all, she's fucking gorgeous. Cock holster, that's a good one. Nobody on the left wants to take this away from you. Although, you know what they do on the right? They want to ban pornography. They want to, like, they hate sexuality on the right. We've covered a man talking about how it is gay to have sex with his wife if it's not for procreation. Okay? Bro, who gives a shit? Like, what is it that they're talking about? Nothing. That's what I mean. They make shit up. It's not that, the who gives a shit part is correct. Nobody does, but that's the point. They are, like, that's all they want to do. This is all they have. Josh Sider, trans women are just cross-dressing men. This guy has been dressing, like, cross-dressing for, like, a month and a half now. Making transphobic, like, tweets, trying to make fun of trans people. And, like, at this point, I feel like it's not a joke anymore. I don't know, how long can somebody do that before it's no longer a joke? He does this all the time for, like, a month. Other right-wing media weaponizes women. Cool. Mate, you have just given me a whole stream to do, Zach. Like, you've given me enough data and links for me to do a whole stream. Hopefully there's not an insane amount of news so I can do it tomorrow. It used to be super frigging fringy for the reproduction-only prohibitions for men. They literally just introduced a bill to Congress, which is not going to pass, that makes it illegal to masturbate for men. Like, any ejaculation is killing a baby. Now, it's not going to pass, but because that was a Democrat who introduced it as, like, I don't know, trying to, like, that was a smart move, by the way, but the media is not covering it. No one knows about it. On the right, they want to prevent you from looking at big boobs unless unless they're your wives and you're trying to pump a baby into her. Yeah. By the way, like, she's hot as fuck. So, like, the idea of trans people are just cross-dressing men. Really? Really? You're looking at her and saying this? They just hate, like, happiness. They enjoy misery. They're anti-human. Like, on several, and specifically anti-women, but, like, they are anti-human, but they're anti-enjoying yourself. Sydney Sweeney without makeup is worse than I thought. Are you fucking kidding me? Bruh, heterosexuality is so gay. True, Oxpecker. They They just hate reality. They don't like when things are not perfect in exactly the way that they want them to be. Does that mean I'm a mass murderer? What do you mean, Camel? What did I say that would indicate that you're a mass murderer? If they did that, then I'd have like 50 felony counts every day. Oh, for the, yeah. Well, I mean, they want to, and they're not going to, though. That's not going to pass. It's the right-wing dating podcast, Briss, who are the ones saying that you should not live with your girl or live with your bros. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I think I got what Camel is saying. In that, like, according to that law, if you masturbate, then you are a mass murderer. There's some combination of anti-human, pro-suffering, and or death cult, depending on the flavor. Yeah, depraved ambiance. As we've said, like, there are factions within the right. There's the crypto cult. There's the bourgeoisie, who's deeply entwined with the crypto cult. There is, like, General MAGA. There's your Nazis. There's your Christian nationalists. There's your Opus Dei. Like, they have a bunch of stuff. Sure, leftist Leo, we can have a look at this. Actually, we were gonna get a bit into like this stuff in a bit, but this is important.
Now, it, meaning food stamps, are a subsidy to Walmart and candy companies, charging the government $4 for an ounce of corn syrup. Okay, I understand where you're coming from here. So this was on a video where I was saying, do folks in America not realize that food stamps and WIC and other programs like that for needy families, for hungry people, that those are actually USDA agricultural subsidies?
Yes, they do
And
not
so
understand
when farmers vote against handouts, when conservative Republican farmers voted for Donald Trump, voted for gutting these programs and left to judge hungry folks. Call them welfare queens, with how they love to rage against socialism, that those folks are shooting themselves in the foot. Because in wanting to do away with...
Everything she's saying is correct, by the way. I don't think they enjoy misery. I think they enjoy guilt, and they resent that those who don't wallow in Puritan guilt like they do. They don't hate happiness. They resent those who feel it without shame. I think that is definitely a part of it, but I definitely think that they hate happiness. And why Trumpers are revolting. There are quite a few, yeah. There's your Hassan Pikers.
If they're cut back these programs, they are ensuring that the subsidies that keep their farms going, those go away. We are watching America's farmers in the heartland start to wake up to the reality that their support of Donald Trump might cost them their farms. I'm frankly surprised.
Yeah, exactly, Simply Steve. Most people will not care until it personally affects them. The issue being that the Doge cuts are going to affect MAGA disproportionately than everyone else.
Out of business during the first Trump administration, it was a lot. Soybean farmers especially. Like, I understand the point that this person is making, right? Walmart, which is just a terrible predatory business, on purpose pays their employees so little that they will qualify for food stamps, right? They pay them exploitive wages, and they rely on America's agricultural subsidy program to fund their profit margin, right? We are not going to pay our families, our employees, a living wage.
Yeah.
We're going to keep it so low that we're going to have the government subsidize our business.
That's why Steve Bannon, of all people, is obsessed about Doge breaking shit. Oh yeah, depraved ambiance. I've talked about Bannon quite a bit. They already disliked Doge, like there was the H-1B fight, but understand that the purpose of Bannon and his henchmen for this administration is not to be pro-Trump. They are anti-Trump. They are consistently talking about a nationalist. I'm a nationalist, I'm not a conservative, I'm not a Republican, is things that Bannon has said. I've covered them on stream. Nick Fuentes is talking about how the billionaires are robbing you and how DEI isn't actually real. They are going to attempt to recruit leftists to the nationalists' side, and they're going to want to try and create a nationalist party. We might have an election in 2 years or 4. It won't be free and fair, but that is how they want to create the national party. Jot it down right now. You know, like I'm 100% certain that that is the road that they want to go on. Also, again, there has been zero evidence of any waste, fraud, or abuse found by Doge. Not a single piece. The only waste, fraud, and abuse that has been found recently is the $500 million contract to buy Cybertrucks for the U.S. military, and SpaceX getting a $20 billion, contract from the government. X, if you do that, then you can't be here. I don't want any fucking Nazis in my chat. Christianity is a religion of abstinence, so celebration of... They're not Christian, though, man. None of these people are Christian. Calling any of the right-wing Christian is like calling ISIS Muslim.
By getting those families food stamps and Medicaid as well. We're going to suppress their pay enough that they qualify for these programs. Like, I understand that that's what...
Lanky Sapien, they don't love suffering. They're taught that they need to like suffering, so they pretend to, and it makes them miserable. It's one of the, like, it makes them more and more and more and more and more miserable every day, and then they get the resentment from it. Right, exactly, leftist CEO. Radicals don't represent the majority, but they do have resentment. Resentment is the key. They genuinely hate the idea of just sitting there and being happy. That's kind of true for a lot of them.
This commenter is
it's
saying
also
here.
a deep
And they're
desire
also
they have at
saying
the same
that
time.
Folks on food stamps, this is a very common belief that folks are just buying soda and candy and steaks. Like, the conservative talking point is that they're just buying junk food and meat that, working class people can't afford. By the way, most people who take food stamps and who take WIC and are on assistance and who have kids on free and reduced lunch, those folks are working. They're working for places like Walmart that
I was gonna
are
say,
working class America.
almost every single one of them is working actively. There is, like, everything that these people claim, not these people, obviously, like the government, Doge, Elon, Big Balls, who's now running the Doge department because Elon is the special advisor to the president. They just lie. Again, not a single piece of waste, fraud, or abuse has been substantiated. But what, they found $4.7 trillion in the treasury that was going to the wrong place? Fuck off. And yeah, also, they can't read anyway. 60% of Americans can't read functionally at a 6th grade level.
This is also an opportunity to remind you of who grows the corn that is turned into corn syrup. Do you not understand that allowing folks to buy sugary things or not allowing them to buy sugary things is not really that much about the health of people who are on those programs? I would posit that it is far more about what segment of the agricultural industry needs more subsidies. As a culture,
if you don't work for the majority in your life to earn money, so then you can spend the years when your body breaks down enjoying life, and then you're a lazy piece of shit, conservative moron probably, and they think that they aren't aided by subsidies in that. No, the thing is, they do. You don't understand, right? They all are fully aware. Every single voter for Trump knew that this vote was going to harm people. They just, and people like them too, but they never thought it would actually harm them. Did you guys see that post? I can't find it. If someone could find it for me, of the guy who lost his job because of the Doge cuts and wrote this very long letter asking President Trump to give him his job back, as if they care, as if he's special, because there are exemptions for a lot of these towards MAGA. In fact, there was this
college student in Iowa. We had a train that cut through our campus, and every day it would just be ka-chunk, 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 these giant tankers full of corn syrup. Iowa, Nebraska, Illinois, Minnesota are main producers of corn for corn syrup.
That post on Truth Social? Yeah, I think that was on Truth Social. There are a lot of seniors on SNAP that only live off Social Security checks, and a lot of people are going to die, guys, because they're going to cut this, they're going to cut Social Security, they're going to cut Medicare and Medicaid. Like, we warned you about this. They're going to cut every single program that exists. All of the money is going to be stolen. That is the only point of this government. That's it. That's the only reason why they exist. Now, there are efforts to try and make this less harmful to MAGA.
Well, how about, hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's some logic here. Maybe they're making some progress on this. But until we see the math, and I mean hundreds of billions of dollars of cuts, hundreds of billions of dollars of cuts, and stop whining about entitlements, get into that discretionary spending, get into the Pentagon, get into Medicaid. Medicaid, you got to be careful because a lot of MAGAs on Medicaid.
Medicaid, got to be careful because there's a lot of MAGAs on Medicaid. As in, let us try and only harm the left. Leftist Leo used to work in home health service. A lot of older white men were living in conditions unlivable. The red states and older people are going to suffer greatly. X, do you believe that Trump is destroying the government? well, I don't think Trump is in charge. I think Elon's destroying the government. The way that I see what's happening to the United States right now is what a corporation would call a leveraged buyout, in that they had leverage. They had people in the government that would help them. They had people that were coming into the government. It's basically when a corporation buys another corporation, they buy some of the stock, right? And let's say they have 30% and they need to get more than half to take over the company. And so other people in the company work together and then they do this leveraged buyout. They kick out the previous owners of the company and then they gut the entire company structure from the inside out. Every program is removed, every department is gone, every worker is fired, and then a new system that is generally both cheaper and shittier is implemented in its place. That is what's happening here. This is a leveraged buyout of the US government. You're right, he wasn't, but he was a key figure in history. That's not to me. All right. Well, we'll get back to this in a sec because we're going to talk about RFK and healthcare. But I also want you to understand some stuff about Elon first.
Democracy depends on
Wait, no, fuck that. I don't want to listen to a 15-minute video on democracy right now. It does not matter. But let's see. Do we want to do Ukraine or do we want to do America? We can do Ukraine or RFK. I'm going to do a poll. Pick one. And in the meantime, I will show like a couple of side things that I have. Let me make the poll. Next. Okay. There you go. Now then. Did you guys see that Trump is trying to get Romania to lift the restrictions on Andrew Tate? For some reason? I mean, for some reason I say, knowing full well that the government run by rapists and child molesters like other rapists and child molesters and sex traffickers. The sad shit about red states hurting the tiny fraction of people with money won't give a fuck? Of course not. There do be a bit of measles in Texas now. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. Let's see. Well, we're 4-4. Someone needs to break that tie. YouTube chat or anti-electoralists? Oh yeah, sorry, I can't have it on YouTube chat, can I? I just got the like new monetization feature. Oh, yes, I can actually. Cool, cool, cool. I didn't realize I could do that now. Here, just do it in the poll because I want to use the new features that I got. I like it. It's cool. The words we use shape the narrative people read regardless of our meanings. True. All right. It seems like YouTube is fully in favor. No, actually, it's split. RFK and Ukraine. I guess I'll have to be the tiebreaker vote, which is funny, considering I'm the one that asked you guys to poll. Oh, look. Okay, RFK wins. Done. RFK wins. We're doing RFK. Let's see how fucked we're about to get, guys. Okay. Let me open some links up. This is gonna be a little funny, in fact, but not like ha-ha funny. More like what the fuck kind of funny. Okay. So, starting off with, oh, actually, this is not RFK, but this is very funny. I do hate Stephen Miller very, very much. This man is genuinely just Goebbels. So, I do like him being told to calm down.
There's no waste in HHS.
Stephen, I don't think anyone...
Then why are you not celebrating these cuts? If you agree there is waste, if you agree there is abuse, if you agree there is corruption, why are you not celebrating the cuts, the reforms that are being instituted? Every day that no action is taken, the entire salaries of American workers that are taxed disappear forever.
Stephen, let's calm down.
This is
not... We're not having a debate.
There's no reason.
You need to calm down is so very funny. Like he's mad. Why are you not celebrating?
Action is taken. The entire salaries of American workers that are taxed disappear forever.
Stephen, let's calm down.
This is not.
This is, by the way, how you have to talk to right-wingers. Let's calm down. You have to talk to them like they're children. That's kind of the key, is being able to speak to these people from the perspective of you're the adult and they're the child, but you're talking to a child who has anger issues and temper tantrums. And so you have to word things really carefully for them to A, like listen to you, B, understand what you're saying, and C, like absorb it. They're being autistic. No, it's not that they're being autistic. They're just children. Mike Jones, who? People like this. People like Stephen Miller, conservatives. Mike Jones, for example.
There's no waste in HHS.
Stephen, I don't think anyone...
Then why are you not celebrating these cuts? If you agree there is waste, if you agree there is abuse, if you agree there is corruption, why are you not celebrating the cuts, the reforms that are being instituted?
Like, why aren't you happy? Why aren't you happy?
Every day that no action is taken, the entire salaries of American workers that are taxed disappear forever.
Stephen, let's calm down.
This is not...
Like, again, it's kind of cute being empathetic and soothing to them while they're raging. Well, to them, it makes them more mad if they're already raging, too, which is just another plus. But someone mentioned measles in Texas. I covered this a little while ago, but let's get an update on that.
Tonight, there is...
Right, this is from yesterday. Do we have anything more recent than this? Cool. We got that one. And that one.
Is that Texas officials are tracking the state's largest measles outbreak in almost 30 years. The Texas Department of State Health Services is reporting 10 new cases of measles.
You know what? Treat people like Stephen Miller like they treat women. Like, you need to take the thought of what you know as patriarchal misogyny. If you're a woman especially, you know exactly what this feels like, and just do it to them. And don't even flip it. Don't even just use the exact same. Call them women. It's very funny. And honestly, who gives a fuck? What are the symptoms of measles? Death.
Across 5 counties in West Texas within the last 3 weeks. 13 patients are in the hospital. 4 of the cases are in people who are in fact vaccinated, but most of the cases are in unvaccinated children. State Health.
Here's the actual signs and symptoms. So high fever, cough, runny nose, red watery eyes, tiny white spots that may appear inside the mouth 2 to 3 days after symptoms begin. Measles rash appears 3 to 5 days after. It's usually flat red spots. Small raised bumps may appear on top of flat red spots. These spots may become joined together and spread from head to the rest of the body. When the rash appears, a person's fever may spike to more than 104 Fahrenheit, and then you die. This is, I believe, the most infectious disease that's ever existed. Yeah, there you go. Depraved ambience. Measles is one of the most infectious diseases that we have in the world. Like, we eradicated this shit 25 years ago, and it's back. You know what's also back? Tuberculosis. We have the largest tuberculosis outbreak in the United States history since we started, actually counting that. We're back to the consumption era days of, the Civil War. And polio. Yeah.
Health leaders say they are working with local health officials to investigate the outbreak.
Make polio great again.
Health officials are on high alert as dozens of cases of measles have been reported in a rural community about 265 miles east of El Paso, but only 80 miles away from Lubbock, a college town where thousands of El Pasoans travel to and from regularly.
KTSN 9 News reported tears.
Preposterous. You have to remember that we're talking about Americans now who have literally no access to healthcare. Like, none. They're like, I'm pretty sure like Obamacare still exists for now, but like that's in the next couple of months. They're about to cut Medicare and Medicaid for people that are below the poverty line or above retirement age. So like you're talking about people with no health care here. This is an ironic advertisement at saying liberal areas with good herd vaccination rates. True. This is also a good advertisement for you getting healthy, motherfuckers. Start now. Because I'm telling you, really quickly, you need to stay healthy. If your body fails you, there is no guarantee that you will receive any kind of help in America. Like any real kind of help. If you get liver disease because you drink too much, or kidney disease, that's going to cost you thousands. You know, what is it? The statistic of like getting shot costs maybe like what, $340,000 or more like than that in the United States. Go learn from the gym rat streamers, but you don't have to be a gym rat. Go buy some resistance bands and do some exercise at home. Go for a walk, like at least 2 to 3 times a week. Actually, Jenny, I'm begging you, go for a walk around your community. Go and grab like a coffee at a local like cafe that you have, or maybe a sandwich or something. You have to also engage with these people, create a community around you, and get healthy, because this is how people have survived for the entirety of human history, through hardship. Let's keep going, because like this is gonna get worse, and like the community shit really is key, and I really need to hammer in how important it is that you take care of your health from this point forward, because you're not getting any health care in the United States. By the way, if you want to leave the United States, join the Discord. I have spoken to a couple lawyers. I've found a couple ways where you can emigrate out of the United States into Australia. Even refugee visas are a possibility depending on your circumstances. Jump into Discord and let me know. And you can like send me a DM or something, and I'll see what I can do for you. But it's not about how much you exercise. It's not about, like, just change what you eat. First of all, food's about to be hella expensive. So just go buy a lot of rice. Go buy a fucking rice cooker and buy some beans. Do the Vosh method. That's what I've been doing, and it's great. It's been lovely. Getting Jungle Wired. If you have Irish grandparents, you can come here. This is true. If you have any Irish heritage, as far as I'm aware, then you can go to Ireland too. All right, let's continue on with the measles. Rice and beans are fantastic. You can make a lot of shit with it. Stop, vaping or smoking cigarettes. It's also I'm trying to do as well. Is it lonely down under? I mean, a little. We have a landmass the size of the United States, but we have a smaller population than the state of Florida. If you live in like Sydney or Melbourne, then you're fine. Like you're crowded, but anywhere outside of that, it's less so. The major cities are all kind of fine. But like Perth, Adelaide, Brisbane, they're not huge, It's great here in that it's just more chill.
Tees spoke with local health experts about the virus and the urgent advice for the community amid this fast-moving outbreak. She brings us this report.
Growing concern about the spread of measles, the incredibly contagious respiratory virus popping up nationwide, already hitting communities across 6 states, including Texas. Just about 265 miles east of El Paso, 13 children have been hospitalized in Gainesville.
Preposterous. We're on the internet. We're good at making friends IRL, right? Yeah, no, get off the internet and then go do that. Like I said, go walk around, knock on some doors, have some cookies or some shit with you, make a community, and also go walk around and talk to people. Perth wins. You're in Perth, are you, Zach? That makes sense. Depraved ambiance. Australia does have some neo-Nazis, but mostly it's chill. We have a growing movement of neo-Nazis here. They're called the National Socialist Network, but at the same time, like, our cops don't like them. Just a couple weeks ago, I watched on stream the cops in Adelaide mounted on horseback chasing Nazis down, arresting 14 of them. I've covered a video in Queensland of Nazis that were walking around while the cops just like push them and say, get out of here, you're disgusting, like fuck off, smacks the guy. Like there's no respect for them, and I'm all here for it. The only way to treat a Nazi is the way a Nazi wants to treat everyone else. That is equal and equivalent force is the only way you can ever deal with Nazis. I say this all the time, but you can't denazify without removing the Nazis. The Nuremberg trials did not go far enough. We should not have done Project Paperclip. They do need to be bullied. They need to be bullied until they're humiliated. We need to shame the fuck out of them. Nazis used to be afraid, remember? Remember when Charlottesville happened and we said, oh, holy shit, the Nazis aren't afraid to show their faces anymore? Before then, it used to be like a taboo to say Nazi shit. That was like that was a decade ago. New South Wales tends to have police who are incredibly left-leaning due to Jack Lang based, yeah. Melbourne seems to have the more right-leaning police. Because there's a video on my YouTube of pro-Palestine protests that I covered in Melbourne, where the police also rode in on horses, but were also throwing flashbangs, and there was fires in the crowd. Not exactly smart to bring a horse there. Really easy for someone to accidentally get killed by the horse when there's loud explosions and bangs and smoke and fire everywhere. So, bully if you are right yet left. Bully the right if you are on the left, is what I mean. Pork hip. But when I say bully them, I mean online. In person, you should not bully them. In person, if you encounter a right-winger, do not be mean to them. Not until the situation calls for it. In person, people, even the right, don't act the same that they do online. In person, these people don't think the same things. They forget their online persona is like a dissociated version of their in-person persona. And humanize yourself, be nice to them. That's what you want to do. You know, you want to bring their fear level down. Just call it as it is. If somebody mentions something like what the Fuhrer would say, call them a Nazi. Do I have to bring up the Nazi card video again? Have you ever met a neo-Nazi IRL? They're genuinely crazy as they seem online. I have met neo-Nazis IRL. I'm not talking about neo-Nazis. I'm talking about the right. If you meet a neo-Nazi IRL, then you are in danger. And if you, there's... In my resources for safety section in my Discord, I have a video on how to confront them. They are crazy, but most of them are pussies. Understand something. If you live in the United States, if you punch somebody, anybody, whether you're white, whether you're black, as long as you have less than $50 million, you punch somebody, you're going to prison. If you see these people walking around and they don't have a felony, they've never been in a real fight. You can almost guarantee that. They have, they want to bring up this, they want to front, they want to posture at you. You just have to match it. If they stand up, stand up. If they are walking towards you, you put your hand out and you say, hey, do not come any closer. You are establishing that this is your space. You're ready to hit. And if they come into your space, you are legally allowed to defend yourself. So you should. But standing up, matching their energy, not backing down, not losing eye contact, and looking ready for a fight tends to make these people back down. Get a hobby, make friends, invite them to do shit with you, be friendly, treat everyone as a potential friend unless they're actively a dick. That's what I mean for the general public. But if you meet a neo-Nazi, leave them alone. Leave. Go away. You don't need to deal with them. In fact, harass them for your friends on the internet. Fighting with anyone is for chimpanzees. No. Fighting when they are defending yourself is not for chimpanzees, X. If someone is coming at you to hit you, after you have declared that, this is my boundary, do not come any closer, we're having a conversation, but if you want to make this physical, I will fight back, I'm not a pussy, I will hit you, they are instigating this, and it's your right to defend yourself. And yeah, you're right about that, preposterous. Well, also, you should definitely get a gun. As I've said, I can't watch the video arming the left on stream, because it's against TOS, but you should definitely watch it. And watch it with an open mind, because it's not what you think this video entails is not what this video entails. There's more to it than that. So give it a go, have a look, see what you think about it. Anyway, let's get back to healthcare, guys, because you might not have to fight anybody if everyone's sick.
County after 49 cases were confirmed. Health experts saying the reason behind the surge lies in misinformation.
One of the drivers that is driving parents' perception of whether or not to vaccinate their children against the measles is really simple. They're getting their information from non-experts.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention saying anyone who is unvaccinated is at risk, measles having the potential to infect 9 out of 10 people nearby.
9 out of 10 people. Like, this shit is scary. And a little TB don't hurt either. Yeah, of course. You need that little consumption. Indie Crop, American Nazis are less threatening than desperate people during Black Friday. They're not intimidating. They're basement dwellers. You're not wrong. The thing is, like, Americans don't have the sauce for proper Nazism. That's why they haven't consolidated as much yet. Americans are, like, the entirety of the right is built on hyper-individualism. Hyper-individualism is what everyone in America believes. I need things. I deserve things. My house is my house. My house is my castle. Everyone outside of my house is lesser than me or is my enemy. And so that mentality is quite difficult to move to any form of collectivism. And fascism, Nazism, requires that collectivism. It requires a total adherence to the state. You can't have individualism and be a Nazi. And so that hyper-individualism is now being attempted to push even further to loop back over. Like, they're trying to horseshoe theory this shit. It's insane. Depraved ambience? That's what you're projecting? I have no idea what you mean by that. I thought it was Christian ethics. Well, that's a part of it too. The US is socialism for the rich and rugged individualism for the poor. True. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the United States would prefer socialism. Like, almost by a massive margin on almost every issue, Americans are left-leaning. I said this before the election, and people said I was insane. I'll say it again. America is a socialist country. They just don't know what that means. We're just retard socialism. It won't be brown shirts, it'll be stochastic terrorists. You're right, it'll be people like the Proud Boys, it'll be people like the Oath Keepers, it'll just be Nazi groups that they're going to blame on the left. They're going to say it's Antifa. They're MAGA Nazis. They are, like, the thing is, like, preposterous. The distinction between the people who run MAGA, the Republican Party, and the administration are Nazis or Nazi adjacent. All of them. Every single one of them. MAGA voters, I'd say about 10% of them are, like, extreme fundamentalist Nazi or just general terrorist types. And then I would say like another 20% are still politically active and often agree with the Nazis and just the general far fascist right, but don't know why. And then the rest of them just vote along because that's what they feel like they need to do. They don't pay attention. Their stupid exceptionalism fairy tale is what kind of leads to this. You can't truly be a nationalist while also being an individual capitalist. You can't. But they need them to do this, and they're going to try and do this. The anti-intellectualism is why people don't want to listen to experts. It's why they listen to RFK on vaccines and not immunologists. Yes, well, the anti-intellectualism came from wanting to censor real news, real media that conflicts with what the administration wants and what the administration says. And COVID broke people's brains. And so, of course, like, the blow up of popularity of RFK, anti-vax, anti-intellectualism ideology really popped off during COVID. It's a matter of time before we start seeing stochastic, like, we've seen mass shootings in schools, we've seen them in malls. It won't be long under RFK before we see one in a hospital. They are Nazis, Genghis Khan. Like, I'm not arguing with you. Curtis Yarvin calls America a communist country, so watch what you say. They say words, they don't mean anything. Realistically, what the people in charge believe, the people that are Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance, Vladimir Putin, Curtis Yarvin, Sam Altman-Fried, Larry Ellison, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, what these people believe is dark enlightenment, which is libertarianism economically as in, like, all of the money of the poor is stolen and brought to the rich. They want socialism for the rich. and they want feudalism for you. Now, put all of that together. That's what you get. That's what they believe. They are anti-human. They want to steal your shit, and they want special treatment. Anytime you criticize these people, they're immediately, I am the most, oppressed person in the entire world. No one's ever been meaner to people like they are to me. I've never done anything wrong. I'm just, Mr. House wannabes. Literally, yes.
So that means that when somebody coughs, sneezes, or even like you and I are talking right now, they put in the air droplets that have the virus in them. But the scariest part is that these droplets can be left on surfaces like a table, and they last up to 2 hours. So you can go by and get a glass of water and touch that table and
you're an idiot, X. I hate that they are so rich for having produced so little. Well, that's the thing, right? They don't do anything. Like, Elon Musk is the most jobless man in America. Well, actually, now he's the president, but he was. Why? Why? How do these people get rich? It's luck, guys. It's all luck. They use money that they got they inherited wealth, like Elon's emerald mine, and then they just put it in, like, the market, and they get lucky because the stock market isn't based on any reality. It's just gambling. So they win. They got lucky. They hit the jackpot, and that's it. That's all it is. They didn't earn anything. They didn't create anything. Elon Musk didn't create PayPal. Elon Musk didn't create Tesla. Elon Musk didn't create SpaceX. He didn't create Twitter. The stock market is just gambling and vibes. These people were people that had money from their parents that gambled with it, got rich. That's all they did. And then once you're rich, it's much easier to continue to be rich because now you get to use the loopholes behind the scenes and you don't have to gamble. You can rig the system in your favor. They're rhetorically conflating social ostracism with systemic oppression. Yeah. Well, the thing is, they know that Americans are too dumb to understand, like, the difference between terms and the nuance of things. So they just call things everything, and they try and conflate things that they would be, against with things that they like, so that when someone else brings that up, it's the same tactic that they've always used. It's the same reason why liberals were too afraid to call them fascists or Nazis. The fact that they are friendlier with a genocidal, autocratic Russian than they are with Canada. Canada, of all people. Again, like Donald Trump said today that Ukraine started the war. Like, why don't I put my money in the stock market? Chameleon Eyes, first of all, I don't have enough money to do that. But secondly, I don't believe in stocks. I think they're immoral. I think that they should not exist. AOC, for example, also doesn't have any money in the stock market. It's just gambling. He did create illegitimate children. I mean, he created at least one based kid.
and touch your eyes, your mouth, your face, and now you are exposed to the virus.
But for vulnerable groups like children, pregnant women, the elderly, and those with weaker immune systems, the threat doesn't stop.
What do you think about Lockheed Martin and buying the dip? I think that all of the defense contractors are creaming their pants right now with how happy they are.
There, but the risk for complications after infection only growing.
You will see that the person who has measles and is vaccinated will have less severe symptoms than someone who is unvaccinated. And one of the important points to make is that measles is actually fatal. It can cause things like pneumonia, it can cause brain swelling.
The urgent message from top health agencies now, don't wait.
The health department is taking...
I'm trying to get rid of my fucking stock money. My family refuses to, and I'm like, no, get it off me. My mom is paying attention now. It was inherited. My advice is to sell everything because they've explicitly stated that they're trying to cause a recession. Like, the Trump administration sent an official on television and said that they want a recession. So, like, understand that. And I don't care, Chameleon Eyes. Stocks are entirely just they're just gambling on vibes. So AOC is a congresswoman, so it'll be a conflict of interest. You are not. Literally all of Congress is on the stock market except for AOC. And like what, two other people. They literally all do this. It's not a conflict of interest. It's actually legally allowed for Congress to trade in the stock market. I think stocks are immoral. Yeah, why don't you put your money in the stock market? Because I don't believe that profits are more. I don't even have money. If you guys want me to have money, then, you know, drop a dono. But like, I don't have money to put into a stock market. Fuck.
Taking it seriously. We're taking it seriously. So we hope that people, parents will take it seriously, get their children to a vaccination.
Geez, that was a lot of
clinic,
long stuff.
Get their children vaccinated against measles, and then you don't have to worry about that outbreak in West Texas.
True. A new rule from now on: if you want to talk to me about why I should invest money in stocks or crypto, you have to give me a dono first.
Experts are concerned.
You can talk about the subjects other than that, but if you want to ask me to do it, that's the only way. So many people can be sick with measles with less severe symptoms, trying to figure out if this is what I had a couple months ago because my skin felt so weird. I would go to a doctor and check, but like if you're vaccinated for measles, then you're going to have a lesser reaction. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. Lesser measles physical symptoms, vaccinated individual. What if we invest in coffins? Probably not a bad idea. You probably did not get measles, mate. As far as I can see. It's time to move the stocks and bonds category. It's time to invest in your local community. Instead of spending money on stocks and bonds, how about you go knock on some of your neighbors' doors and find an empty lot in your community where you can, I don't know, pitch some money in, work together, build a community garden. That would be a good idea. And then you can, you know, grow food in that community garden where then you will eat it instead of having to spend a fuckload of money at the supermarket. That would be a good idea. Oh, Jesus. Before we move back on to healthcare, I just found two things that are kind of insane. Elon, AP stands for Associated Propaganda. They're so mad at the AP for dead naming the Gulf of America. Literally, you just can't say Gulf of Mexico anymore, or they lose their shit. This is woke, by the way. I still can't believe that we are arguing over the pronouns of a body of water. Zach, and then the highway next to the community garden decides to add another lane. The entire community garden gets clapped. That's what happened to the one I used to be a big part of. Then you make another one. Life's gonna fuck you, but you have a community, and you and your community should try and make a change with it. Calling the AP fake news again. The right really does, like, again, if you call Twitter, they get mad. If you call Gulf of Mexico, they get mad. Like, I will never not dead name Twitter. Yeah, just on principle now. They're just openly lying. What is this?
Hi, Elon. How are you? I'm Jared.
Jared Moskowitz's message to Elon Musk: I think it's time for staying in space. Space is over. Twitter X is safe space for him. You got to get out of your safe space. Go talk to the American people, not just on Fox or not just next to the president. Come to call. Yeah, literally, like this is good messaging, by the way. Is stop hiding in a safe space and go outside. Go talk to people. Make sure that you don't bring your kid as your bulletproof shield that you get to carry around either. I like it.
So, I mean, here's what I would say. I think the time for staying in safe spaces is over, right? Twitter is a safe space for him, or X is a safe space for him. Okay. I mean, I did Jesse Waters the other night on Fox. That's not a safe space for me. You got to get out of your safe spaces, right? Go talk to the American people, not on Fox and, you know, not next to the president and not, you know, on X. Come to Congress.
I got to go like on Wix panel again. I should take this advice.
Okay. And talk to the American people. Have to mix it up with Democrats. He shouldn't, I don't think he's afraid to do it, but he should do it.
He definitely is afraid to do it. He absolutely is afraid because Elon Musk he's stupid in a way that is very special. Like, he is a special kind of stupid. He pays people to grind video games for him while he pretends that he's good at them. Yeah, he's not leaving his safe spaces. Fascists and the more regressive on the right want to make the whole world their safe space. They do. They literally want to purge everything that isn't part of their safe space. That's kind of their whole thing.
Right, and has the winning issue. He should come and do that, and embarrass the Democrats with the information if that's what he thinks he can accomplish. Come do that. But by hiding and not coming and just Xing about what they found without showing the American people what they found, again,
you can say some financial shit. I was making a joke in that if you're telling me to invest money into stocks or something, then you gotta dono me. You don't have to dono me to talk about like finances.
To come to a head.
Is Congress the American people, though? I don't really think it is. No, it's absolutely not. But like, that's a baby step. Congress is just another part of the Congress doesn't exist anymore. Functionally, Congress is just there for show. Every decision just gets made by executive order. Plus, that was kind of the whole point of Project 2025. It was to reduce the power of the legislative and the administrative state and to increase the power of the executive branch.
On March 14th. They're going to have to bring those documents, in my opinion, in order to keep government open.
Now, I don't know about that. And again, like March 15th is the day that we have the budget bill. March 15th, budget bill. Where we have to decide on whether we want to increase the debt ceiling. Now, Republicans ran on decreasing the debt. Everything that they have been doing is substantially increasing the debt. They need to increase the debt ceiling. This is the only leverage that Democrats have. Please, for the love of God, crash the government. The Democrats need to not vote for this. They will vote for it. I'm sure they will. But right now, at least all of you should be spamming your senator, your House of Representatives, like spam your elected officials and tell them, do not vote for that. I do not want to pass that bill. I want the government shutdown. You want that now, because if that government shutdown does not happen, what's going to follow is a recession similar to, possibly larger than, 2008. I mean, to be fair, we have almost all of the criteria for what preceded the Great Depression, which is, high inflation, which we don't have, but inflation is going up and every policy that they're putting in place raises inflation. We had tariffs being an issue, and we had banking insecurity. They're talking about getting rid of the FDIC, privatizing the IRS, banking insecurity. At least 2 people in this chat today said, I need to go to the bank and get my money out. As in, if they do this, we might have a real serious Great Depression. But that is the best case scenario. That's the best case scenario. If they get a recession and not a depression, then like rich people are perfectly fine during a recession. All of you lose money. All of these companies lose their value. And then these rich people scoop in and buy everything on the cheap. Monopolies. That's what they are planning to do. If we have a depression instead of a recession, that fucks the entire economy and makes the war effort quite difficult. Because remember, we want to invade Canada. We want to invade Mexico. We want to invade Greenland. We have the literal Red, White, and Greenland Act. Have you guys seen this? HR 105, was it? There we go, 161. Red, White, and Blue Land Act to authorize the president to enter negotiations to acquire Greenland and rename it as Red, White, and Blue Land. And yes, I know your senators and representatives work for the corporations. That doesn't mean you shouldn't bug the fuck out of them, spicy butt sauce. Don't expect them to help you, but you should annoy the shit out of them. You still have democracy. It's your job to do this. Whether they actually listen to you or not is irrelevant. You want them to listen to you, so you should try and make them listen to you, even if you expect them to ignore you. Someone actually introduced that. Yes, that's actually, like, that is the level of retardation that exists in our Congress. But yes, Citizens United fucked us. Citizens United is the domino that led us here. This was inevitable. We all know this. But you need to do something. Again, like I said, the only thing that really I think can save this is 10 to 20% of the country, at least, doing like an unending strike and protest every day. We need to crash the American economy, or it will be bad for everyone else in the world. Canada, Europe, Australia, all of them need to declare us the enemy. And honestly, they might. The Ukraine stuff might. Geez, it's been 3 hours and I haven't even gotten past the healthcare stuff.
Growing concern about measles spreading fast in this West Texas community. So far, mostly hitting unvaccinated kids in religious Mennonite communities. This mother and her 8 children, some of whom were coughing and had a fever, got tested this week at a mobile site in the outbreak's epicenter, Gaines County.
We have a high number of unvaccinated. They just don't believe in it.
Confirmed cases of measles, one of the most contagious viruses on the planet, more than doubling here in a single week, from 24 to 49. 13 kids hospitalized so far.
It's not unlikely that much of NATO could declare us as an enemy. Guys, Donald Trump said 2 days ago that we may not be there for military support if Europe was attacked. That's literally the point of NATO. Like Article 5, which, by the way, we as America used on 9/11. If, let's say, a Russian ship pulled up into the English Channel and fired rounds into London, we might not help them. So what is the point of NATO? Obviously, we don't belong in it. I hope they kick us out. I really do.
But many people aren't getting tested. Health officials on the ground believe...
No, honestly, like, SN, this is not being mean or spiteful. If you have measles, you should be in a quarantine camp. It's literally one of the most infectious diseases in the world, and you can still get it even if you're not, even if you are vaccinated. A wake-up call for Europe. Exactly, Bulletproof Bullet. Again, we still haven't got there yet. We still have to get through, Robert F. Kennedy. Have you guys heard of RFK's plan for ADHD? His, or rather for addiction, but also ADHD. The wellness farms that he wants you to go to.
Donald Trump will be back in the Oval Office in...
Now, let's find out if this video that is embedded is actually about this. Cool. For once. Yes, it's camps.
Back in the Oval Office in 17 days. We are all counting.
By the way, this is going to be the test run for the homeless camps that they've talked about.
His top priorities is making America healthy again, and his HHS nominee, RFK Jr., is getting a major endorsement for this agenda. Chef Andrew Gruel writes this in The Federalist.
Depraved ambiance. Yes, it's Nazi shit, but you have to pay attention to where it's happening and what the patterns are. In Oklahoma, as I've made a video on, they are making it so you need to, they're making it difficult to graduate high school. They have now made it, they're trying to at least, I don't know if they've actually passed this one yet, make it so if you don't get accepted into university or trade school, and can afford to pay for it and attend, then you have to join the military to get a high school degree. If this works out well in Oklahoma, the testing ground, this will spread everywhere else in the country. These wellness farms, there will be one wellness farm versus a test run. If it works well, they will spread it to the rest of the country. They are doing these for propaganda to get people used to the idea of removing people from one area and putting them in camps somewhere else.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has the focus, knowledge, enthusiasm, and influence to effect much-needed change in our food system. Joining me now is chef and restaurant owner Andrew Gruel.
Jesus Christ.
So, Chef, I'm trying to eat healthier. I'm also trying to drink less, but enough about
highly processed foods that are...
Okay, I don't care. These are Hitler Youth camps, yeah. So before joining the team, Kennedy campaigned for president on a plan to treat addiction by creating wellness farms funded by tax revenue and federally legalized marijuana sales. I'm going to create these wellness farms where they can go and get off illegal drugs, off opiates, but also legal drugs. Kennedy said that at a virtual event. Kennedy himself struggled with addiction. Dude used heroin to self-medicate for ADHD in college. Wellness farms are not an entirely novel idea. So, okay, let me make this really clear. The general idea of a wellness farm, I am 100% in favor of. It being implemented by these people, not even remotely in favor of. Understand that, like, if I was in charge and I got to decide how this works, or even just an expert, a doctor, a psychologist, a addiction specialist, a team maybe, you know, this would be a great idea. Don't we already have inpatient care for people struggling with addiction? This is different than inpatient care, but also inpatient care for addiction is like $1,000 a day. This would be tax funded, so this would be socialism actually. But in like inpatient care for addiction, they just kind of keep you there, unable to do drugs, and you do a little bit of therapy. Wellness farms, you're gonna like understand the idea, because RFK is one of those people where some of the shit that he says makes sense. It's just how it's applied. They're based on a framework known as therapeutic community model, which relies heavily on peer-to-peer support and behavioral solutions for addiction. This I support. This would be like inpatient, except all of the other people that are being treated with you, you're all working together. You're a team here. It's not individualized. Also, inpatient care is kind of a last resort thing too. Long like Homo sapien, the thing with addiction is you can't get somebody off drugs unless they want to get off drugs. You cannot force somebody to stop being addicted to something. They will just use it again the first chance they get. So inpatient care tends to follow like either a court order or somebody who actually wants to get clean. But remember, a lot of drugs have high recidivism rates, which is why this framework, the therapeutic community model, I would actually support if implemented properly, because this will create long-lasting ties for you to have support systems, because you went through this. You were a team when you were recovering. You had other people that went with you, that did the same things, that understand how you feel, and you can express that to them, lowering the rate of recidivism. But obviously this is not how this is going to be applied. As compared to medication-based treatment strategies like methadone and buprenorphine therapy, which work to cut out the intense cravings from opioids, to which addicts often attribute to relapses. Many in the medical community, including researchers at the NIH, consider such medication-assisted treatment to be the gold standard for addiction treatment. Well, at the moment, yes. And I don't agree with that either. Those medications are helpful. Using them are helpful. For example, if somebody is getting off of heroin or fentanyl, you want to give them some buprenorphine. Or not methadone really, because that one's different. But like buprenorphine is an opiate antagonist. It binds to the part of your brain that the opioids tend to hit. If you use opioids after you've taken buprenorphine, it does not work. If you, it's still an opioid of a kind too. You just can't take them for long periods of time because they're also addictive. The use of buprenorphine is for a detox. You put them on like a 3 to 5 day taper schedule where you help them not feel the full effects of their withdrawal symptoms, and then you get them out of detox and into rehab. Rehab being done the way that it is now doesn't tend to work, and it's also incredibly expensive. Now, Kennedy visited 2 places that align with this framework in the documentary. Their addiction treatment framework, like Kennedy's wellness farms, includes a focus on peer-to-peer recovery through addicts' jobs and reteaching them how to live in society without drugs. Cool. Okay, so labor camps too. These will be labor camps. That tracks. Kennedy has said that at his rehab farms, addicts would grow organic crops, receive training in trade skills, and learn other ways to live in society without using illicit drugs. Now, some of this, again, could be good. The issue here being is I don't trust the people to implement this. I like this idea. People's minds are fragile coming out of addiction. Right-wing brainwashing is the last thing you want to read to you while detoxing. That's the other part of it. This is a easy indoctrination zone, because what are they going to be teaching you? here when they're teaching you, like how to reintegrate into society. They're going to be teaching you right-wing propaganda and indoctrinating you as you're getting clean. Poor Kip, that's when you get them on methadone and keep them back. Well, if you put them on methadone, they have to be on methadone for the rest of your life. Leftist Leo, I just attended a harm reduction seminar for my social welfare class. There is so much nuance with this. Yeah, there is. I've talked about how to fix drug addiction quite a lot on this channel. I grew up in Bergen County, New Jersey. A lot of people that I know, a lot of friends that I went to school with died from heroin. I've experienced this firsthand. I know what it looks like. I know what works. I know what doesn't. I've lived in Denver. I've lived in North Carolina. I've been all over the country and I've seen addicts everywhere. And they all follow the same patterns. The reason someone is an addict is not because they want to be. If you want to reduce drug addiction, you must reduce poverty first and foremost. But at the same time, you need to implement methods of positive engagement with the addicts. Harm reduction would benefit a lot. I've said this before. The only reason we don't even have proper harm reduction is because of NIMBY-ass motherfuckers. Hold on. Next, my coworkers produce less than me but are paid the same. Should I work less or should the corporation fire them all and hire better workers? It depends on what your job is, what you do, but also I don't really care at the moment. You're way off topic. Understand, harm reduction and getting people off drugs is not a difficult system to build. You need safe use centers in major cities and in suburbs where there are a doctor, some nurses on staff, a social worker, maybe someone at the door that's a greeter that has some pamphlets of hey, would you like recovery today? You need a place that's comfortable. Get a TV, a nice couch, an Xbox or something. You want the people coming here to do the drugs to stay there. You don't want them to get high and then leave. You want them to have access to a medical professional in case they die, in case they overdose, but B, it creates a place in which these users can engage with each other. They have a social worker that might help them out with some of their other needs, and then you can gently nudge them towards rehabilitation. They have to make that choice themselves. You can't make them make it, but you can lead them to the choice. Snoop Goop, literally, they are harming the economy on a massive scale. Let's be honest, no one really cares what happens to them, at least not... Are you talking about addicts? Snoop Goop, what do you mean? Who are you talking about here? Porkip, it's a non-profit for-profit system, the forever pill that we will hear about Big Pharma. True. Scars, yes, I'm a nurse and I've worked with addicts. Understand that, the only reason addiction to drugs is a problem anyway is because of poverty first and foremost, but also the ability to get off drugs also relies on on financial, the material conditions that you live in, that you exist in. Okay, so why are you hateful of homeless people, Snoop Goop? Explain to me. But also addicts. Why? What do you think that they do that is harmful? Mods, don't ban him for a second. I have questions. What is your gripe here? Because what you said is literally they're harming the economy on a massive scale. How? No one cares what happens to them. That's entirely untrue. At least not enough to reintegrate them into society. I feel like most Americans are in favor of this. And since the numbers keep increasing every year, why do they keep increasing every year? I wonder. Is it maybe because poverty keeps getting worse? Is it maybe because the amount of drugs coming into the country is being purposefully allowed by the government? Which was proven, by the way, that we send guns to the Mexican drug cartels, and we're not policing actual fentanyl entry into the country. And I understand you're expressing your opinion respectfully, and that's fine. I'm not going to kick you out for that. You're just very much incorrect. For example, the last big fentanyl bust that we got was a group of neo-Nazis in California, literal white nationalist, tattoos, bald skinhead neo-Nazis, right? We know that America is selling guns to the drug cartels. This has been proven. This was brought up by the president of Mexico in the negotiations around tariffs. Understand that addicts harming the economy is not a thing. They don't harm the economy because they don't contribute to the economy, but they also don't take from the economy. They exist, like, they function in the black market economy, not the regular economy. Now, of course, they still have to buy food and pay sales tax. They still have to, like, engage in getting money somehow, and that money does enter the system, but it's not the same. They're not harming the market or the economy in any real way. Man, I have all these people who are getting exploited and falling through the cracks. Those losers better be better to exploit and stop falling the cracks. Pull yourself up through the cracks by your bootstraps. Losers, like, that type of mentality is what causes this issue. That's my point that I'm trying to make, you know, depraved ambiance. I've had many coworkers that were doing well that were former addicts. Rehabilitation is a good thing. Yeah, it's entirely possible. Sorry, did I tell you that I had a friend that I didn't know was a neo-Nazi? No, but geez, I hope they're no longer your friend. So you are just, like, a soulless ghoul then, X? Like, is that what you're saying? Is that you have no soul? You have no empathy for other people? You're a ghoul. You're a demon. You're basically, the same as anyone else on the right? Is that what you're trying to say? They make a mess and they're an eyesore? Motherfucker, your name is an eyesore to me. I can't even pronounce it. Pick a better name. It's an eyesore. Pull yourself out by the bootstraps. Snoopgoop, what about the areas they occupy? Property values drop in places full of homeless people, and there are significantly more thefts and robberies because they need money for drugs. Plenty of businesses have been ruined. Yep, okay. Here we go. Let's go step by step. First of all, there are more empty houses in the United States than there are homeless people, and it would be mathematically profitable to the US government to buy those houses and give them to the homeless people for free. It would actually make the government money to do this. We know this because it's been done in other countries. It would also make us money as the United States to give these homeless people money, like a house and money. Giving them both of these creates profit. There was one specific category that did not create a profit but still was not making a loss, and that specific profit was people who were homeless for 2 years or more and had a untreated moderate to severe drug addiction for 2 years or more. They still did not lose the government money though. They just did not create a profit. That was all. That was all the difference that came from that. Now, secondly, the property values, I could not care less about. The property values are highly inflated anyway. But going beyond that, thefts and robberies, money for drugs, right? All three of these things exist because of poverty. If you want less theft, if you want less robbery, then increase wages. People don't steal unless they need to. Like, there are studies that show that the greater economic instability that a person experiences, the higher the rates of drug use, alcohol use, addiction, higher rates of violence, higher rates of crime, theft, domestic abuse. All of these things rise with poverty. The issue is not drugs here, it's poverty. It's not homelessness, it's poverty. It's specifically known that homeless people aren't homeless just because of the lack of a house, a mentality problem. That's not true. That's not even remotely true. Speaking as someone who's been homeless before. People are homeless. Once you become homeless, it's incredibly difficult to ever get out of that, first of all. Think about it this way. To apply for a job, you need an ID, you need an address, you need to be able to take a shower, you need to be able to wash your clothes, you need to be able to have a good night's sleep, you need to be able to be functional. Hey, secondly, just the house and the clothes and the shower alone contribute to people not being able to get a job. But secondly, once you are homeless, the material conditions in which you live are horrific. And so they degrade your ability to do things. They damage you. They traumatize you. Yes, I think if we gave each and every one of them, not even an apartment, a house, and money, that they would stop stealing, stop doing drugs, and reintegrate to society. Yes, because that has happened. We have evidence that shows this. There have been scientific studies that show this. Now, will some of them require further treatment? Like rehab? Absolutely, sure. Not all of them are just going to snap out of it, but improving the material conditions in which they live will reduce the rates of drugs, crime, and help them reintegrate into society. This is how it's always worked. I've seen this many times. I've studied psychology. I've studied sociology. I've lived in areas where this happens. I have seen this happen myself. And again, I just laid out to you how to reduce crime in these cities as well by opening safe use centers where they will congregate. You make it comfortable, you make them want to go there, and they do. Sorry guys, I'm not gonna, there's so many chatters that I have missed, and I apologize deeply for all of you. There are plenty of unhoused that are not addicted as well, so. Just know, like, giving unhoused people a home makes them get a job. They reintegrate into society, they do work, they pay taxes, they get off drugs, their lives increase, and the government benefits, and the community benefits as a whole. People become homeless often due to economic hardship. It's just poverty. The only problem here is actually poverty. I'm impressed with your patience with your chatter. I mean, I try my best anyway, but at the same time, like that was a really good chance to explain in full, because I wanted to do that anyway, but it didn't really fit into the form that I was trying to fit into. But again, like, this is what they want. They want camps for people that are on drugs. But again, let me just say, this is going to include more than just opioids. Depraved ambience. You can't have conservative thinking without conflating categories. Well, like, it's part of it. Like, critical thinking is something you need to practice and develop. I think you're right, assuming the states can provide massive resource for each individual. It's not massive, by the way, but let me continue. But a country has to work on a larger scale. You can't assign a social worker to every homeless person when they have a need. That's not what I said. And at most, 3 clients per worker. My partner is a social worker, so I'm somewhat aware of this. I think you're right, but only under the unrealistic assumption that they would insane levels of care. No. You're misunderstanding me. So first of all, with the money aspect, 3 different levels of studies were done. One group received $100 a week. One group received $500 a week. One group received $3,000 a week. All of them improved, and all of them were, bar the cheapest one, the smallest, like I think it was $100 payment. That one wasn't producing profit, but was not producing a loss. The $500 and the $3,000 payments to every homeless person was producing a profit. But also, I didn't say every homeless person needs a social worker. What I said is we need to build safe use facilities in every major city where there are social workers and doctors on staff and nurses. You hire one main doctor, or a couple rather, that cycle out, based on whatever day they want off and all that. Like, they're the doctors. They're the people that make the background choices that you don't often have to engage with them because you have the nurses. You're not going there for medical treatment. You're going there to get high. There will be a social worker in the building, just one. And you are able to go to this social worker and request help. It's not that every homeless person is assigned a social worker. It's not an insane amount of funding. This would cost less than we pay every year right now dealing with fentanyl. Like, the amount of money that we pay for law enforcement and just general government-related care, law enforcement, prisons, hospital bills, like, some of this stuff does still get billed to the government. We pay more in all of those than we would under what I just said, and that would incredibly reduce A, the crime, B, safety, less deaths, and D, it would incentivize more people to seek treatment. Now, on top of that, again, you would have to make rehab cheap. It can't be $1,000 a day. It would need to be funded by the state. But like, at the moment, they're just cutting all the programs. I don't need insane levels of care. Most people don't. Don't try to escalate shit as most people do. I did receive money at my first job. Poor Kip. I did receive any money at first. Found a job, then applied for a new job. Got certified per prevailing wage, then applied to the army and used that for my agenda. Based. $100 a week would be life-changing if I were homeless. Genuinely, yes, it would. Camel Visora, he blocked me after I attempted to bring him back to the light. He did a 180 overnight. Who are you talking about again? I think he had undiagnosed. What? What are you talking about, Camel? I'm sorry, I have no idea who you're talking about. Conservatives expressively want to remove funding for social programs so they can break them. In fact, all of these programs are kind of done now. So, Denver Basic Income Project, yeah, that's based. I don't entirely agree with what you're saying, but I'm still listening. Yes, there are valid points to what you're saying, but I think it would take a very optimistic scenario for this to work because basically you're implying what you want, a welfare state. Well, yes, I do. But at the same time, these already exist, Snoop Goop, around the country, just not enough of them. We've tried to build more of them because we know, like the government even knows, that they help. But having a safe use center decreases your property value. People don't like having drug addicts around. But yes, I do want a welfare state. We have a welfare state right now, Snoop Goop. You have to understand, it's just welfare for the rich. I want the welfare state for the rich to be applied to us. I beat you to it, depraved ambiance. We have a welfare state. It just goes to rich people, corporations, and billionaires. Fuck property value. I mean, I'm a socialist, yes, but like again, I don't expect all of this to just happen magically. This is a long-term fight. You have to work towards this. This is a slow process. You have to build systems prior to when we get here, so that the system that we build then does not immediately fall apart. You need to build the foundations. But let's keep reading. So Keith Humphreys, a psychologist and drug policy expert at Stanford. Again, we're reading Fox News, by the way. What's up, Arbor Lynn? There's nothing wrong with therapeutic community models. He questioned the exclusion of evidence-based treatment that had been provided to help people get off harmful addictive drugs like heroin. Given how much is known, more than what is being described, it's almost like an 18th century kind of retreat. Given how much has been learned about the nature of the condition, about the things that you can do with psychotherapy, the things you can do with medicine, why not have that? Why would you not want that? I agree with that. This is the same thing. This is what I mean. I would agree with this wellness farm idea if somebody trustworthy and actually like good faith wanted these things, was implementing it, and also it would need to be done in combination with existing methods of harm reduction, things like buprenorphine for heroin, for example. Biggest recipient of welfare benefits in the world is currently Elon Musk. He literally is. He just gave himself a $21 billion contract for SpaceX. He's giving himself another one because now apparently they're in charge of the FAA. And then what else is there? Oh yeah, there's the $500 million for fucking, what should we call it? Cybertrucks that are going to be used in the military. Like, it's so unserious. And yeah, how could you be a socialist and not be mean to the Nazis? It's hard to feel like the wellness farm idea is coming from good faith when the political team managing it is notorious for being hostile towards the homeless and addicted. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Give me a second. Almost a perfect tweet. Is it rude to call MAGA garbage? It's rude not to, honestly. I agree. I really do. It is rude not to. Cybertrucks in the military, this timeline is silly. We live in both the worst and the dumbest timeline. I swear, I really do. Both the dumb and the bad. We have both. Alright, I need to pee before we come back. I'm gonna run an ad for once, because I never run ads, and I want to see, like, people, if you're in chat, please don't leave. I'm gonna be like 30 seconds. I just want to see if I get anything from this ad, because I'm still sure I've been demonetized for ad revenue. I'll be right back. what's up, Frank? Ready to say hi? No. Boy. Did an ad not run? God damn it. It is what it is. Shameful to call them human beings. Nazis are a perfect example of decay of values. I agree, Snoop Goop. They're not people like you and me are people. I think they're human, but they're not people. Because people implies, like... I think you need to have whatever the metaphorical version of a soul is. I don't believe in a real soul, but empathy. You need empathy to be a person. And these people are incapable of feeling empathy. And so they're not people. This is already a dystopian future. Like, we're literally in cyberpunk, guys. But then we have, from October 30th of this year, are antidepressants harder to quit than heroin? Fact-checking RFK Jr. Yes, no good. This is no good at all. Dan Saltman, H3H3, killed ads on political channels on Twitch. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's why I wanted to run one and see. Because I don't run ads anyway, but I was curious. Until it hits them, they don't care. This is true. That's what I mean. Until, like, most of these people are personally affected, they don't care. Because not, like, again, the voters, the American people, the Republicans, the people who will be impacted by this, are not necessarily fascists. They are mostly just brainwashed. And one of the things that will break you out of your hypnotic trance that they've put you in is pain, stress, and fear of a different variety. So, like, yes. But at the same time, like, this is going to affect all of you too, because this isn't just about antidepressants, unfortunately. So during his Senate confirmation hearing, oh, thank you. He suggested antidepressant drugs might be addictive as heroin, a claim contradicted by research. So, Kennedy, 71, was a heroin user for more than a decade in his youth, which he speaks about frequently. He's been in recovery for 42 years. He said this in his second confirmation hearing, which, by the way, like, I'll give him props for that. That is impressive, based on the recidivism rate. But Kennedy does just yap. But sometimes he says some, like, Kennedy yaps and it pisses me off, because sometimes he makes sense. Though he lacks medical training, he has been a critic of antidepressant medication, a class of drugs called SSRIs. I know people, including members of my family, who've had it much worse getting off SSRIs than they have getting off of heroin. This is just blatantly untrue. Most antidepressants don't even have, like, withdrawal symptoms. Some of them do, but they're very mild, and you just taper them off. You just get on a different dose, and you take a smaller dose every day until you get off. You don't even feel it for most of it. So antidepressants and heroin are in different universes when it comes to addiction risk, says Keith Humphreys, who studied addiction at Stanford University. In my 35 years in the addiction field, I've only met 2 or 3 people who thought they were addicted to antidepressants versus thousands who were addicted to heroin or other opioids. A study published in the medical journal The Lancet found significant withdrawal symptoms only affected about 1 in 35 people who use antidepressants. Also, like, maybe some of them, yeah, but, like, I would say you're probably doing it wrong, like the tapering off wrong anyway. A lot of the worst antidepressants from, like, a decade or 2 ago have long since been pulled from the market. Yeah, as well, like, we've created newer ones. Same with antipsychotics. We've created better antipsychotics with less side effects in the last couple decades. He makes sense like other conspiracy theories. He can sometimes identify an actual problem, but then his proposed solutions are invariably batshit crazy. No, you're right. You're absolutely right, depraved ambiance. He just seems to have, like, a slightly better view of, like, actual problems than your average conspiracy theorist. So when he does hit on something that makes sense, it actually, like, properly makes sense. But you're right, he does just immediately bring it to some batshit crazy bullshit. It's not addiction in a physical sense, but it's more of an ability to cope effectively. Yeah. So based on that now we're seeing MAGA posts like this. Before COVID, if you told me antidepressants cause mass shootings, I wouldn't have believed you. Midwestern Doc reveals that the clinical trial showed SSRIs shows psychotic behavior, suicides, but the industry hid it until lawsuits. First of all, suicide is not homicide. But can I not just see the photo? God damn it. Give me the goddamn photo. Give it to me. Okay. Prozac, 1989. Sure, whatever. Prozac, 1998. You can be on antidepressants and be a school shooter, but even this is misleading. Look at this, right? So, Coke killed 4, wounded 25. Guy was pretty bad. Effexor took hostages, has no memory of it. I would say maybe he was off his fucking meds if he's on Paxil and Effexor and he has blank memory loss. How many of these do you actually believe, by the way? Like, what are the sources? Unknown SSRI? What the fuck does unknown SSRI mean? Unknown psych meds. What does that mean? Trazodone isn't an antidepressant. It's a sleep aid. Thank you to Ginger Fluff. I really appreciate that. Fanapt? What the fuck is Fanapt? That's one I haven't heard of. It's a schizophrenia medication. As in, like, they were off their meds. Press Control Plus will zoom for you. Oh, thank you. That is helpful to know. Do we still prescribe Prozac? Yes, we do. Prozac's not bad for you. Prozac doesn't make you do school shootings. The issue with Prozac is that it usually just doesn't work. Ghost Pepper, I feel like there's a connection between them wanting to get rid of antidepressants and then wanting trans people to die since they are Democrat. They just want everyone they consider a degenerate to die, Ghost Pepper. Like, trans people are first in line, but everyone else still has to go. They're eugenicists. They want to make the world terrible. Trazodone is used in bipolar as well. Yeah, but like it does not have psychiatric effects in the way that like these other medications do. But also like none of these cause you to kill people. Do people use Trazodone as an antidepressant now? Because I've had it as a sleep aid before. I didn't like it because it gave me like weird ass dreams, but hold on. What is it? What type of medicine are you? Okay, it is an antidepressant. It's an SARI. Okay, it's an SARI. I get it now. There's not very many of those. We don't tend to, at least in my experience, I don't tend to see people prescribe Trazodone for like depression, but if it works, it works. Ketamine, funny enough, is actually the world's fastest acting antidepressant. Now, I'm not a doctor, and neither is Elon Musk. Don't be doing a whole fuckload of ketamine. But it is a decent way to get over violent, extreme urges that may be commonplace for you for about 2 to 3 days for you to seek help in the meantime. That is what, like, at least I was told by a doctor once. But you can go and look for programs. They do spinal taps of ketamine for bipolar disorder. My friend was addicted to ketamine. Abusing it makes you piss blood. Like, yeah, don't abuse ketamine. Don't be a drug addict. But if you think that you might benefit from it, go to your doctor and see. Unless there is a chemical imbalance in your brain which antidepressants counteract, generally antidepressants should be done in conjunction with therapy because the antidepressants are something to tone down the symptoms, but do not actually deal with the cause of the symptoms, which is what the therapy is for. You're exactly right, Scars. Thank you, the lovely medical professional in this chat. It doesn't matter what drugs these people were on. First of all, do any of them look like they regularly went to therapy? Like any of them? A single one? Maybe one of them did. But again, like isn't ketamine a horse anesthetic? We don't really use it like that anymore. It's mainly just an antidepressant now. But it did. It also is like a club drug in Scotland. So you understand what I mean, though? Like, it doesn't matter what antidepressants these people are on. The antidepressants are not causing the mass shootings. They're not causing these people to be psychotic. A lot of these people also probably were not taking their meds. Like this fucking guy. With ketamine and microdosing via IV, it can be very therapeutic. We're listening to you, do we? What do you mean? I mean, like, from a doctor's perspective. See you, Leftist Leo. Thank you for joining. Lovely stream. I'm gonna try and finish healthcare really quickly so then we can move on to Ukraine. But I'm not exactly sure if we have enough time to get through all of that. Like, we could easily just say that most mass shooters went to public school, therefore public schools equals bad. They do say that, long leg homo sapien. We use ketamine for pain relief after surgery a lot as well. Yeah, that's true. The bottom right one is just bald, looks like normal? I have no idea. So, RFK Jr., who hates Adderall, says heroin was great for treating his ADHD. This is a weird contradiction to the wellness farms, and yes, like I know it's Yahoo News, but we can just open the actual links if you want. I've seen most of these videos. Did I see what? What am I being linked?
That's the whole idea was happening, and
No,
I was at the bottom of my class.
I did not see that. We have a different one of those to go over, but Jesus Christ. All right, I'm going to have a look at that one in a second. So, like, understand, this shit's fucked. RFK was on the side, the losing side of California's vaccine fights. Now Trump wants him in the cabinet. Again, this guy in the middle of COVID, in the worst possible part, the most people are dying. We finally have tests and vaccines, and he's trying to get people to not get vaccinated. Like, depraved ambience. This is scientific illiteracy. Correlation is not causation. I bet all those school shooters drank water, banned water. That is the entirety of right-wing think, though. That's how they think. So, from the sea of red cloud protesters emerged a familiar face, idealized by the anti-vaccine activists. He was the guest of honor at the biggest public healthcare showdown in the state. Ultimately, he and his followers lost the legislature a pass to clamp down on fraudulent or inappropriate medical exemptions. Which, by the way, like school childhood vaccines, no longer mandatory. Sorry. It's bad. Oh, also, U.S. government looking to ban junk food purchases for food stamps following RFK's confirmation, no sugary drinks and no junk food. As in just, fuck poor people, they don't get to enjoy anything, considering we have food deserts all over the country in which the only place you can go to get food is either a fast food restaurant or like a servo, a gas station, where you can buy like chips, sugary drinks, and snacks. Unless you want to drive like an hour and a half out to a supermarket that like may or may not be that close. How about making it so people can buy hot food with EBT? Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it? But Captain Buggy, you're misunderstanding. That makes life better for you, and they're not about that. That's the opposite of what they want. Before we read this, it's time to normalize measles and other childhood illnesses that simply train the immune system. This is not a deadly disease by any sane definition. You will be able to find someone half dead already who dies from it, but it doesn't mean that the whole world has to has to half kill themselves to fake its eradication. Vaccines give you similar illnesses without the positive test results and give you much worse too. Let's normalize measles, eh? That's where we are. This one hurts. 'Cause like, it hurts from like, yes, a lot of people are gonna die. By the way, like, dude's, he knows, like, he's part of the grift. Normalize fucking measles. Are you kidding? This is probably the most insane thing that I've ever seen on this site. Like, that sentence tops the list. I can't think of anything else that I've ever seen on Twitter that is more insane than it's time to normalize measles. It's like, all right, it's guys, everyone, to be healthy, you now have to drink a pint of molten uranium every day. It's almost like vaccines literally train the immune system, but more safely. But Solitaire, if you're reading, you know, vaccines give you similar illnesses without the positive test results and give it to you much worse too. Remember that. They shouldn't forget to let their babies sleep outside to get vitamin D if they're into bizarre suggestions. Snoop Goop, they were talking about feeding raw honey to children under 1 year, like a week ago. Not a couple weeks ago. Giving their kids botulism. We have polio. We have TB. We have bird flu. We have measles running rampant all over this country. We still have COVID, by the way. This guy's a real human being behind this tweet is what it's insane to me. Yeah, like a bot didn't do this. This is a human that did this. Time to normalize fucking measles? Yes, they're on the raw everything grift. It's not raw milk either. I've seen people eating raw beef with raw milk. Just like giving, it sounds like comedy. Yeah, it would be funny if it wasn't so fucking tragic. Like, if we were watching, I don't know, this happen in Russia from America a year ago, I would be laughing my ass off. But no, unfortunately not. Like the raw carnivore grift, we can blame Jordan Peterson for that. I think Jordan Peterson's trying to make a comeback, and that's horrible. It's almost like the sick and compromised proletariat is easier to control. I think you might be onto something there. Republicans considering cuts and work requirements for Medicaid, jeopardizing care for millions of people. By the way, most adults under 65 who are enrolled in Medicaid are working. 92% are. 8% are retired, unable to find work, or not working for another reason. So first of all, they're coming for your Medicaid. To be fair, I wouldn't laugh. I would just double down on how shit this government is. Well, it is. I've been saying for a long time, these people all hate you. Every single one of them. Kamala Harris hates you. Joe Biden hates you. Mike Johnson hates you. Donald Trump hates you. Elon Musk hates you. Mark Zuckerberg hates you. They think of you in the way that you would consider an NPC in like a sim game where you are basically God. That's how they see you. You are just a toy, a tool. You just exist and you can be moved around and you can be discarded at will. They can just spawn another one. Fuck you, you don't matter. They don't care about you. They're disgusted by you. In fact, there was someone in chat earlier talking about how homeless people are an eyesore and they're disgusting. That's how they think about all of us. If you have under $1 billion, they see it to you this way. They see you this way, rather. Solitaire, I think it's good to remember that everything changes constantly, and this kind of administration in the moment isn't sustainable. This kind of thing inevitably failed throughout history and within a relatively short frame of time. Yes, it sucks, but it won't be forever. Exactly, Solitaire. You're exactly right. And beyond that, you have to understand that we have to get mad. You know, that's what's going to fix this. If we don't get mad, then we don't go outside. And if we don't go outside to try and fix this, then it will continue on for a while. Shardspark, people aren't going to die, but they're going to get super sick, end up in the hospital, unable to work because healthcare has been fucking kneecapped. No. Shardspark. Measles, tuberculosis, polio. You think people aren't going to die? The hospitals, like the healthcare system has been handicapped, but so have the hospitals. You will not be able to access healthcare in a very short time. This is why I keep saying you need to get healthy. Like, eat better, exercise, stop smoking, stop drinking right now for your own life. You might have to run up like a hill for, I don't know, 20 minutes with Nazis with guns chasing you within a year. That's a possibility. Is it likely? No, not really, but it's possible. But you want to be able to do it. More of a rage post than anything? What do you mean? Things will get better, things suck and they always get, but they will get better if we make them get better, guys. You guys keep saying things will get better, things will get better. Someone has to make it better. They're not just going to collapse and things get better on their own. They collapse and we're not there to pick up the pieces. Just another one of them will pick up the pieces. Things will not get better unless we get better at fixing them. I honestly, that's the one thing. Like, I know people need hope and I like the things will get better idea, but saying it feels wrong to me because they won't. Nothing will change. Nothing will get better. Nothing will improve. Yeah. We will make things get better. We have to. Holy shit, I got a text message of a picture of myself on the news related to mass layoffs and Trump. Oh, Jesus Christ. I guess you work in a government agency, or you did work in a government agency then? There, like, Inachu, just my luck, Nazis, Antifa, and the KKK, Black Panthers running after me. You know that Antifa doesn't exist, and I wish the Black Panthers would be back. Some of these things are not like the other, yeah. Since the end of Vietnam, we've been comfortable in our society to place ourselves in a situation here. Folks, you need to welcome the discomfort and be in the moment. Exactly, Camel. People need to feel uncomfortable. Americans are the most coddled fucking people on the entire planet. We think that we deserve everything. We feel so and I understand, right, that some of you might not fit into this category. And obviously, I'm not talking about you when I say this. But for the vast majority of Americans, at least the ones in power, right, have never genuinely suffered hardship, like ever, in their lives. Almost never have they ever actually suffered hardship. Now, on top of this, most of these people have never been told no. They expect that you will cede ground to them because that's what's always happened. You need to teach them that that's not how this works, but you need to be able to feel uncomfortable too. Again, go into a room with no electronics, keep your phone outside, no input, and sit in that room for 15 minutes with no input. Just yourself, your thoughts, and the room. Look around, analyze the room, think some stuff, look at the ceiling. It doesn't matter what you do. Just spend 15 minutes in a room without electronics in it every day. It'll make you uncomfortable. I want you to sit through that discomfort and feel it. Is it time to start organizing similar to the IRA? Yeah, I think so. Snoop Goop, that's the exact problem, you know? Like going to the bathroom without a phone? Yeah, that's a good one. How about take a shower without playing music? How about go on a walk without having headphones in and just listen to the world around you, the music of the trees, the wind, the birds? How about, like, you need to start behaving the way that humans did for the entirety of existence up until like 2 decades ago. Go talk to your neighbors, knock on their doors, make a community, and feel uncomfortable yourself. Learn, because what happens, right? That discomfort comes and it's in your chest. You feel like you need to remove it. It's heavy. It's sitting there. You want to breathe hard. You just sit there and you let it pass. It's like a wave. You are floating on the ocean, and that discomfort will pass if you give it the chance to. It's a skill that you learn. What comes after that is critical analysis. Why am I uncomfortable? What is making me uncomfortable? How am I reacting to this discomfort? Like, it's not middle-aged stuff. It's human stuff. This is humanity. This is how humans work. Introspection, you know, why do I feel the way that I feel? You need these abilities to be built up. People get so anxious-ridden without input. And that's because most people are reactionary. Hell, the entirety of conservatism is based on this concept of input-output. Reactionary. Someone needs to do something for you to react to it. Most people cannot just let it happen and then do what they want to do afterward. To not react to the situation, but to create an answer themselves, to find a path forward, to move the conversation. I legit have trouble going anywhere without headphones, and it's not even like I'm listening to anything. Well, that's one thing you should start to work on, Shortspork. Slowly, obviously. You don't need to rush this stuff, but exposure therapy is what it is. Like, if the headphones are there because of noise sensitivity, then try and get earplugs that just block noise sensitivity that aren't headphones. But if it's because, like, you need input, pay attention to the sounds of the world around you. IMO, the main thing working against us is how atomized American society is. People are comfortable because they can sit inside and get distracted with media instead of engaging with the... You're entirely right, Solitaire. Engaging with the struggles with more marginalized members of the community. The one thing that I think that counters this, that goes in our favor, is the entirety of American culture and society, especially right-wing ideology, is built on the concepts of liberty and freedom. Libertarianism, at least perceptively, in a non not a real applicable sense, but perceived to be applied sense to our entire culture. And so fascism is a hard pill to swallow when you are inherently, like, you're raised, you're grown, everything you know is libertarianism. Now, we do have libertarianism coming from the right. We have the economic libertarianism, but Americans, the American people, not the wealthy, will not accept this because they think that it will be good for them, not just for the wealthy. They think that libertarianism is good for everybody, that laissez-faire economics will work perfectly. They're still stuck in, like, decades ago. I don't know. We are so conditioned to feel empowered to act immediately on our feelings, but our feelings are often not our value. They are not what we believe. They're our lizard brain reacting. Exactly. Feel the feeling, then respond. Consciously, intentionally. Think about it. But we're taught to not do that. preposterous. That's my point, right? This is a skill that you develop, and we are taught the opposite. We are taught to immediately react. This reminds me of how people reacted after 9/11. Well, I mean, we are in a very similar type of, I don't know about society, but discourse and vibe as post 9/11. You reminded me of Sabbath in Judaism, the idea a day once a week where it's forbidden to use anything. Like, I don't even think you need to go that far. I think just like 15 minutes a day where you just spend by yourself without any input is nice. I think taking little steps, you know, go for a walk without headphones, go to a store and chat up the store clerk. Remember what I said about conservatives wanting to make the world a safe space? If you get accustomed to being uncomfortable, then you are already stronger than conservatives. That's what I mean, exactly. They are the snowflake party. They are triggered by everything. They want everything that doesn't fit into their perfect worldview gone. I'm really proud of this chat tonight. Lots of great faith, good faith discussions. Me too, guys. By the way, if any of you have not joined the Discord, please do, because I'm loving the discussions here. You guys are awesome. And please drop me a like on YouTube. I'm more than halfway to getting properly monetized on there now. Got step 1 of YouTube partner, by the way, and I'm happy about it. So thank you all for your support there. Could not have done this without you. Very proud of that. People liked reading books, though, and that may have been the phones decades ago. Yeah, people don't read books anymore. They listen to audiobooks. I want you to engage with reality outside of a monitor. That's it. Like, your eyes are the screen, and you're playing VR. That's how I want you. It's not that you can't do any of the rest of this shit. You can. But you need to put aside some time specifically to intentionally spend on not seeing the world through a screen. Touching grass, you know? Read. You can read a book. But you don't have to read a book. You don't have to, like, you just go outside, honestly. But if you're going to read a book, go do it at a local library. You can go do that. Plus, like, one of the reasons people don't like to read books is because they're home and they have so many other distractions. Go to the library. Go sit at your local library and read. There's no other distractions there, and you might make a friend. I don't know. It's not a bad idea. And again, I said this last time, but I think this is a really good idea. But all of you should start a group chat with your friends and family. Like an Article 5 group chat, where the entire purpose of this one group chat is if anyone who's in this chat sends any message to the chat, whether it's like a letter, a space, a word, doesn't matter, that is an SOS. That means come to my house right the fuck now and be ready. Because I don't trust calling the police at this point. And you want some idea of, like, you can call somebody. You can start this with your friends. You can add in your family. You might start knocking on some of your neighbors' doors, and you can say, hey, like, you want to join this, like, group chat? Like, it's literally just if anyone sends a message, you are going to their house. That is the plan. It means there is real physical danger. Obviously, like, you could create safeties so that people don't abuse the system. You can create another group chat for you guys to all talk in. But, like, you know, that's not a bad idea for safety reasons. And honestly, like, it doesn't even have to relate to anything about politics. It could just be like, you know, you need help. You fell and broke both of your arms and legs or some shit. You're talking about self-defense coalition? Yes, I am, in fact. Create a self-defense coalition. It's actually, if you have guns, it's basically a militia, ain't it? What did we see about the Nazis in Ohio? Remember they had that big Nazi rally? And the citizenry formed a well-regulated militia and purged the Nazis from their town, and then set up checkpoints to keep them away. I'm gonna find the video. We have a group like that, an armed neighborhood of group. Well, yeah, those are called militias. This is what happened when Nazis came to town, when these people had organizing.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I love seeing black people with guns. Fuck yeah.
Baby.
Based as hell.
What is the sound about?
This is how you protect your community from Nazis.
Yeah, what
And by the
dude
way, it's
doing
not
for
against the law because the cops just come in here saying, hey, there's a few cars coming down because this is a checkpoint. They're checking to make sure that everyone is all good.
It sucks. Come. Fuck on.
Stroudsburg, my dad bought a gun. And my dad has never wanted a gun. He's been very anti-gun for like the vast majority of my life. My uncle had a gun and like I told him to get armed. My uncle did too. So like, you know, get armed. Go look into the SRA. Again, like what state is it? This is in Ohio, Schuffelpuffer.
All right, cool. Let the cars come. Just don't let them people come back no more.
If you want to know what this is in response to, it is, let me see if I can find the actual. Please be quiet. Here we go. It was, these guys were the ones being chased out. They grabbed one of their flags and lit it on fire too. That's how you deal with these people. Why is it always Ohio? I don't know. Lately it has been Ohio a lot. It has been. It has been. But again, go and look into this. Honestly, check this video out if you haven't already. I know a lot of you probably already seen it, but I'm going to keep sending this. Watch it with an open mind. If you're, you know, kind of iffy about it, it's not what you think it is. Turns out the randomly message was a friendly coworker. It's all good. Well, that's good. All good. So, it was pixelated and it looked like ANCOM flags. That quality got clear and then became Nazi symbols. I didn't really see it, but Jesus. God help us. How dare they walk in broad daylight like that in the street? Snoop Goop, they're doing that everywhere. Like, I mean, I'm glad you followed me because, like, I show this all the time. There are Nazis openly walking around like that everywhere. Everywhere. The police don't do anything. Like, the police have said that, like, it's not illegal, it's just offensive. Whereas, like, in Australia, that's a different story. Hold on. Jeez, I've really gone off topic today. Stunlock is real. Here, on YouTube.
16 far-right activists who disrupted the start of the...
This is what I want to see in America.
Survival Day rally in Adelaide CBD. Our reporter Rachel Merritt is across the details. Rachel, shocking scenes. We're expecting to see these people in court tomorrow.
Good morning, Gemma. Yes, like you said, some very shocking scenes here yesterday. Police have arrested 16 far-right activists following a march through the Adelaide CBD on Australia Day yesterday. The group of around 30 people was seen carrying...
We have the we have this in America. We have we had the one that was carrying all the American flags the other week in DC, wasn't it? They are also Nazis.
Australian flags and chanting White Australia slogans as they march through the CBD and as well in front of the National War Memorial. Police say those arrested were part of a group.
No, you can post links here, but you can also post links in Discord. Just if you're going to link me something, kind of tell me what it is, please.
Known as the National
Round up the Nazi motherfuckers,
Network.
yeah.
They've been charged with various offences, including...
It's illegal to be a Nazi here. Yet somehow there exists a National Socialist Network. The law in Australia is very clear. You cannot, you can't be a Nazi. This is in South Australia.
Articles of disguise as well as resisting arrest from police. One of those has also been arrested and charged with displaying a Nazi...
Now, understand that law was also used against pro-Palestine protesters, but that was done by a lobby of Israeli lawyers.
Symbol. The majority of those arrested yesterday were from interstate, the youngest of those being a 16-year-old boy from Victoria. We've heard as well this morning from South Australian...
To be fair, we have more Islamophobia than we do anti-Semitism. This is not the video that I wanted. I wanted to see them getting actually chased off by the cops.
A group of neo-Nazis are fronting court in South Australia after being arrested for causing scenes described by the Prime Minister as horrific.
There we go.
After they were arrested accused of disrupting a Survival Day rally on Australia Day. 15 men and one teenager aged just 16 are facing serious charges ranging from displaying a Nazi symbol to possessing articles of disguise. All but one of the men travelled from interstate, including WA and Tasmania, to take part.
The thing being, we're complicated because, yes, we have real Nazis. And by the way, all of these are from America. Like, understand that when I came to Australia 6 years ago, there were not this many Nazis. I had never even seen one on the news yet. And over the 6 years I've been here, the number has steadily increased. I've covered Australian politicians wearing Make Coal Great Again hats. We've seen a MP from Melbourne who has Make Pets Safe Again hat on a cat as her like profile picture on Facebook for her official account. This is all American manufactured. When it comes to pro-Palestine protests, Australia definitely got hit with that American and Israeli propaganda of any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic, and we really flew into it. I've been to the Palestine protests. I've talked to the people. I've interviewed, there's a short of me talking to Nasser Meshi, who's the leader of the Australian Palestine Advocacy Organization. Melbourne cigars. I say it right, don't worry. Why Nazis specifically? Why not KKK and other racial groups? Well, we don't have KKK in Australia. But at the same time, the law is exactly let me show you what the law is. Now, first of all, it's not perfect because again, this was used against anti-Israel protesters, pro-Palestine protesters, but offensive behavior because of race, color, or national or ethnic origin. It is unlawful for a person to do an act otherwise than in private if the act is reasonably likely in all circumstances to offend, insult, humiliate, or intimidate another person or group of people, and the act is done because of race, color, or national ethnic origin of the other person or of some of all the other people in the group. Makes certain unlawful acts, allows people to make complaints, blah, blah, blah. For the purposes of subsection 1, the act is taken not to be done in private if it causes words, sounds, images, writing to be communicated to the public, it is done in a public place, or is done in the sight or hearing of other people who are in a public place. This is the law. So, according to this law, it is illegal to be a white nationalist, a Nazi, it is everything, really. You're just not allowed to offend anybody. Now, this law is written in a way that you can pretty much apply it to anything, but I do like at the very least that they have a high standard for actually applying this. There was is Mary Kostakidis an MP or a senator? Hold on. Mary Kostakidis is neither. She's not actually an elected official. I really thought she was. Maybe she's not anymore. Hold on. Oh. Never mind. I guess she just works really closely with business. Well, Mary Kostakidis is a person who was sued by the Zionist Federation using this law because they claimed that her being pro-Palestine and her calling out the genocide of Gaza anti-Semitic. So, the law can be used in a bad way, but it also can be used in a good way. All right, so speaking of the Medicaid cuts, let's move quickly.
Open about many of the things that he wants to do. Privatizing Medicare completely. He wants to turn Medicare over to United Healthcare so that they can delay and deny and make so much money off of harming the American people.
That's true.
That's his plan. He wants to make everybody have to deal with United Healthcare instead of traditional Medicare. And he was very open about many of the things that he wants to do. Privatizing Medicare completely. He wants to turn Medicare.
It is literally horrifying. United Death Care. Free fucking Luigi. Hey, look, I mean, The man said it himself. If you are saving your country, then you're not committing a crime.
Over to United Healthcare so that they can delay and deny and make so much money off of harming the American people. That's his plan. He wants to make everybody have to deal with.
Yeah, so look, we're fucked. All right. One more. This one is not great. Keeping education accessible and ending the COVID-19 vaccine mandates in schools. As in, as I've predicted, this might just be starting with COVID, but vaccine mandates for your children to go to school are gone. Vaccine prices will become more expensive as they privatize all healthcare. So if you don't have your shots, get them now. Section 1, Purpose and Policy. Some school districts and universities continue to coerce children and young adults into taking the COVID-19 vaccine by conditioning their education on it, and others may re-implement such mandates. Parents and young adults should be empowered with accurate data regarding the remote risks of serious illnesses associated with COVID-19 for children and young adults. There isn't any, as well as how those risks can be mitigated through various measures and left free to make their own decisions accordingly. Given the incredibly low risk of serious COVID-19 illnesses for children and young adults, for now, threatening to shut them out of education is an intolerable infringement on personal freedoms. We don't even really do this anymore, do they? Like, how much of an issue is this at this current point in time? The current White House administration is a wealth extraction grip. They're trying to put the American populace into the juicer of demise. Yes, and then the next administration, the one behind them, is the one who just wants to do, like, fascism. Did I see this? Let me see. No, I don't know if I saw this. Right. Okay. No, I didn't see this. We'll have a look at this in a second. That's fucking scary. Love that. But yes, you're right. Long like Homo sapien. It's my policy that discretionary federal funds should not be used to directly or indirectly support or subsidize education service agency. Yeah, look, they're getting rid of maxi mandates. This is scarier, okay? Donald Trump's latest executive order, only President AG can interpret the law. Hold on, if this is an executive order, it'll be here. Is this one? By the authority of... Constitution vests all executive power in the president and charges him with faithfully executing the laws. Since it would be impossible for the president to single-handedly perform all the executive business of the federal government, the Constitution also provides for subordinate officers to assist the president in his executive duties. In the exercise of their often considerable authority, these executive branch officials remain subject to the president's ongoing supervision and control. The president, in turn, is regularly elected by and accountable to the American people. Not true anymore. This is one of the structural safeguards, blah, 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 blah. However, previous administrations have allowed so-called independent regulatory agencies to operate with minimal political supervision, or rather presidential supervision. These regulatory agencies currently exercise substantial executive authority without sufficient accountability to the president through him. To the American people, moreover, these regulatory agencies have been permitted to promulgate significant regulations without being reviewed by the president. Great, okay. He's just Stalin now. Wait, that can't be an EO, though? At least I don't think. It is, by the way. Like, it doesn't matter whether it can or can't. The birthright citizenship couldn't be an EO, and he still did anyway. That's explicitly against the Constitution. I'm not surprised. I mean, like, he hates the Constitution. We know this. Stop talking about legally, guys. Like, I'm sick of hearing about, like, the courts. The courts can't do anything. They are openly ignoring the courts. Elon Musk is talking about how the judges are activists and should be arrested and imprisoned. Donald Trump is talking about how he's above the law. Like, again, right now, if we brought this to court, let's say it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they rule in our favor, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think that they're going to just say, okay, fine? There's literally nothing to stop them. This literally happened before with Andrew Jackson, and it was never fixed. Is this the justice has made his decision, now let him enforce it thing? Yeah. Okay, moreover, these regulatory agencies have been permitted to promulgate significant regulations without review of the president. These practices undermine such regulatory agencies' accountability to the American people and prevent a unified and coherent executive federal law. Remember, all of this is backwards. Like, when they're telling you something, it's almost always just the reverse. For federal government to be truly accountable to the American people, officials who wield vast executive power must be supervised and controlled by the people's elected president. Therefore, in order to improve the administration of the executive branch and to increase regulatory officials' accountability, it shall be the policy of the executive branch to ensure presidential supervision and control of the entire executive branch. Moreover, all executive departments and agencies, including so-called independent agencies, shall submit for review all processed and final significant regulatory actions to the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs within the Executive Office of the President. Okay, that sounds horrifying. This is really bad. This is really bad. Like, we have just jumped to, like, the next tier already. God damn. Every fucking day we just jump a new tier to, holy shit, this is bad. Okay, the term independent regulatory agencies shall have the meaning given to it in the term in section 3502-5 of Title 44 U.S. Code. This order shall not apply to the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, good, they can't anyway, or to the Federal Open Market Committee in conjunction with its monetary policy. This order shall apply to the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve only in connection with its conduct and authorities directly related to the super... They want to get rid of the guy who's in charge of the Fed, because the guy who's in charge of the Fed said, fuck you to Donald Trump, I won't do what you want, because he can't be fired. So this is them also trying to do that. Why are openly MAGA views banned instantly? Because they're wrong and distracting, but also they're not banned instantly. Don't even try and exaggerate, unit. Like, I'll ban you in a second, but MAGA always gets a chance to come in here and say some dumb shit while I try and engage with them like a normal person. And honestly, like, sometimes they get to stay. Sometimes they do not. I haven't seen a single ban all day today. Neither have I, actually. Hold on, let me check. Nope, literally no bans at all today. Not a single one. You want to be number one? I mean, you can try. Now, the term independent regulatory agency chairman shall mean with regard to the multi-member independent regulatory agency, the chairman of such agency, blah, 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 I don't care about that. Give me what agencies are affected by this. Like, don't tell me to fucking calm down. Who the fuck do you think you are? Okay, hold on. I need to know, because, this is... who the fuck knows at this point? I was gonna look up, like, what would normally fall into this category, but, like... who knows at this point? They can just change shit. Agency, unless otherwise indicated, means any authority of the United States that is an agency under 44 U.S.C. and shall also be included into the Federal Election Commission. This order does not apply to the Board of Governors, Federal Reserve System. Oh, okay, so does this mean that, like, it's also the judicial system and the FBI and... Automag flags the word, holds the message. MAGA, why am I instabanned? Yeah, literally, I don't even think that happened. I mean, I gave him a timeout because he told me to calm down. Because, like, you don't tell a woman to calm down. Come on. Jesus Christ, guys. Okay, Director of OVM shall on an ongoing basis review independent regulatory agencies' obligations for consistency with the President's policies, consult independent... So not much information on exactly what agencies fall in here, but... Independent regulatory agency chairman shall regularly consult and coordinate policies with the priority of the directors of the OMB, the White House Domestic Policy Council, the White House National Economic Council. The heads of independent regulatory agencies shall establish a position of White House liaison in their respective agencies. Such position shall be in grade 15 of the general schedule and should be placed in Schedule C of the accepted service. I mean, they're all snowflakes, guys. SN, Solitaire, like, MAGA are always entirely, like, they have a victim complex. They get off on it. It's like a kink. They need to be the most mistreated and oppressed person in the world. They have to. They can't survive without it. It's like air for these people. Okay, here we go. Rules of conduct guiding the federal employees' interpretation of the law. The president and the attorney general, subject to the president's supervision, shall provide authoritative interpretation of law for the executive branch. The president and the attorney general's opinions on questions of law are controlling on all employees in the conduct of their official duties. No employee of the executive branch acting in their official capacity may advance an interpretation of the law as the position of the U.S. that contravenes with the president or the attorney general's opinion on the matter. Basically, if Pam Bondi or Trump say that the First Amendment says that you have the freedom of speech, but only, non-woke speech, specifically, these are the words they use, that you have the right to, assembly, but only in your house. You have the right to bear arms, but only if you're white. Like, they can just say that, and you are not allowed to, as a government worker, go against this? Are you insane? No employee of the executive branch acting in their official capacity may advance an interpretation of the law as the position of the U.S. that contravenes the president or attorney general's opinion on the matter of law. As in, the Supreme Court doesn't matter anymore then. This just replaces the Supreme Court. I mentioned that billionaires and politicians are like serial killers and should not have that much power, and that's you're not wrong, by the way. You can't be a billionaire and be a good person. Every single billionaire is a terrible person. Even the ones you like, even Taylor Swift. Now, some of them are lower on the scale. It's like cyber psychosis from Cyberpunk. However much empathy you have to begin with, the more money you have, that empathy starts to wither away. And there is a line where you have enough money, you have too much money, that you get brain damaged and you lose your empathy. Your degree of where that line is changes based on your pre-existing empathy. So that's basically the end of all federal courts, right? I mean, yeah, that kind of does sound like it, Long Legs Home. This is insane. This one needs to go into a video. Jesus Christ. Included but not limited to issues of regulations and guidance and positions advanced in litigation unless authorized to do so. So, like, regulations, any guidance, or like litigation, you can't do any of that. That's a mechanic in Cyberpunk. I love it. It's a mechanic technically in like the tabletop version. That's how cyber psychosis works in the game, but they don't tell you that. Because in the game, the media lies about it, and like people have all these kinds of rumors, and you kind of have to puzzle that out yourself. But yes, it's however much empathy you have. When you start putting cybernetics in your body, it decreases that empathy, and then you get to a point where you can't tell the difference between human and machine, and you kind of go cyber psycho. This is the thing from today that scares me the most. Nice one is this new, or did Hitler come up with this? Like literally, this is just I don't know when this came out. Thank you for linking this, Shardspork. This is the scariest thing of the day. Yeah. Objectively, like, this is horrifying. I think Hitler did come up with this. Coherent screams, what are the chances that they are so dumb they have this locked down because it's a mess because they can't wait a month to keep from going too far? Like criminals that get away with minor crimes so they think they can rob Fort Knox easy. But no, see, the thing is, they're not going to get busted, Coherent screams. They can't be busted. They went into Fort Knox, I'm sure they robbed it, but like no one can do anything to them. There is nothing here that can be stopped by anybody except the collective will of the people. Oh, well, thank you to your partner as well. This is like everyone rise up and revolution, or this is the law from now on. This is another unitary executive EO. President is a dictator and tyrant. Yeah, this is what this is. Where were we? Here we are. General provisions. If any provision of this order or the application of any provision to any order or circumstance is held to be invalid, the remainder of this order and the application of its provisions to any other persons or circumstances shall not be affected. Cool. So if you disprove one part of this, the rest of it still remains. Love that. Love that. Or if there was a rebellious faction in the military that just woke up and see, the thing is, that's not going to happen. Like La Homo sapien, that just will not happen. Unfortunately, I thought maybe, like, I know that we have a lot of Nazis in our general, like, grunt troops, but the officers. I thought maybe, you know, these people went to West Point. They have that, like, stick up their ass, like, military, protect the Constitution. Like, Sam Smith from American Dad is what I was expecting the average, like, Pentagon officer to be. And it seems like they were too much of a Stan Smith. Nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to an executive department, agency, or head thereof. The function of the Director of Office of Management and Budget relating to budgetary administrations. Yeah, this one's fucking terrifying. Okay. Well, it's about time for my daily run. Thanks for the stream. You're very welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I was going to talk about Russia and Ukraine today, but that will take me well over an hour. And I can't do that because I have a pretty and very nice person coming over to hang out with me. But there's two things I still want to show you. I'm not done just yet. Hey, shut up, please. I did not ask you all to play. I just really do want to show all of these quickly. So first off, I want to redo this. Dead domain, got it, Oxpecker. Thank you. This is a Ukrainian soldier, and what they wrote. I'm gonna hide chat for this one just so you guys can see. America, I have a question for you. You chose Donald Trump as your president, and today your president picked up the phone and called the world's #1 terrorist not to demand justice, not to hold him accountable, but to talk, to negotiate, to treat him like a legitimate leader. How do you feel about that? Would you have accepted a president who called bin Laden after 9/11? Would you have justified sitting down with ISIS? Because that's exactly what just happened. I've seen brothers, I've buried brothers because of Putin. I've seen civilians executed, children crushed under rubble, entire families wiped off the earth. And yet Trump, your leader, gave that monster a seat at the table. For 3 years, Ukraine has been fighting for survival, standing on the front line of freedom. The American people have stood with us, and I will always be grateful for that. But now your president stands with our enemy. So I'll ask again, America, how do you feel about that? And that's not rhetorical, by the way. I'm actually curious. How do you feel about that? Oxpecker, pick between Cinemarxism, Dead Domain, and Riverboat Jack. Tomato, potato, I suppose. Like, this is... He's right. And again, just so you know, objectively, we are on the Russian side now.
And I think it's going very well.
All right, bros.
And I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal.
Ukraine started the war, according to Donald Trump. Now I wonder where he would get this idea from.
I could have made a deal for Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land. Everything, almost all of the land.
Long link Homo sapien, I agree with you. You're entirely correct. Trump blamed Ukraine for getting invaded and then tried to justify it by saying that Russia has suffered many losses in their aggressive invasion. Yeah, literally. We'll talk about this next stream, which I'm gonna... It'll either be tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. Eastern or 9 a.m. Eastern. It'll be one or the other. I'll decide. I'll throw it in the Discord once I do. It really depends on how the rest of my day goes, but it is what it is. I feel like a civilian in the Fire Nation. My partner's response. Your partner is exactly correct, and yeah, no, that's correct. Not wrong. All right, we'll talk more about Russia next time. Thank you all for tuning in. Love you all. This was a wonderful stream. So, let's raid Dead Domain. Thank you for the follows, everybody. I very much appreciate you guys. All right. Close that. All right, well, see ya.